team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes. We ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it. But at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do. We gotta
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, give me a few minutes. We're having some tech issues with the Facebook page right now, so give me just 1 minute. For some reason, it is not showing up that I am live on the Facebook page, and I do not understand why. This is being really weird right now. Give me 1 minute. I don't know why it's doing this, bro. I can't get it up on Facebook right now. Hold up. Maybe if I do that. Nope. No, it is not registering that I'm going live on Facebook right now. So if anybody sees me that's live on Facebook right now, give me a thumbs up right now. Let me know. Because it's being weird. And normally I got this whole thing set up by now. Y'all know this. Well, that sucks. It's being flaky, y'all. Somebody check Facebook and make sure that the stream's running properly. There's very few times I've ever actually asked y'all to help me out with something, but this might be one of them. That being said, while we try to correct the problem, I'll turn my camera on in a second, y'all. It's been that kind of week. Let's just be real. It's been that kind of week for everybody. Alright. YouTube's working just fine. I'm going to reset the Facebook stream. Give me just a moment. Yeah, it's not working? Okay. Okay, deleting the VOD. Yeah, give me just 1 minute. Alright. Let's reset it and see if it's working now. I'm going to give it a minute. Sometimes it's a little temperamental. Are we working? Come on. Yep. We are good to go. Give me just 1 second to set up here and chat, and we're good to go. All right. Shout out to Monty. How you doing? Shout out to Lock Poppy. Shout out to David Screws. Okay, it's working now. Cool. Yeah, I figured the YouTube was good. Everything seemed like it was working on YouTube. It's just Facebook being wonky. It's always been like that throughout the week. I don't know what it is, but hey, there you go. It's not gonna let me pin that message, and the message ain't even showing up now, so I don't know. I don't even know, man. Facebook, you whack, man. You whack. But hey, we're gonna keep this thing rolling, though. We're not gonna let a technical difficulty keep us down. Alright. Welcome on in. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you like the video, if you like the content, if you like the channel, and what we're doing here. Also, be sure to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news. As well as schedules for the channel and when I go live. Plus, the Yahoo Sports Keep Pounding Fantasy Football League. Let's get into it. Alright, so y'all already know what that first topic is going to be. I don't need to spell it out for you. We all already know what the elephant in the room is this time. CMC got traded to the Niners. For those that have been living under a rock, now you're aware of it. Christian McCaffrey. Run CMC. I mean, it's been a full 48 hours now, and I'm still trying to figure out the words to say to react to this. I don't have words, y'all. I honestly don't know what to say right now. And that's a first on this podcast, that I don't know what to say. And I don't have answers for you. And I hate that. Because, you know, normally I pride myself on having some type of a way to find a solution to our problems on this team, and some type of direction for us to go in, you know, after a move like this. And this is one of the few times I don't have any answers. I'm shell shocked. And honestly, I'm stunned. I'm not even sure if that's the right word right now. I've seen all the reactions that are out there right now. At least half of them right now. And I just, guys, I got no answers for you. I mean, this just sucks. There's no positive way to spin this. There's no... And you don't even talk to me about the picks that we got, because that's not a positive spin on this. You just traded away the very face of the franchise. This man has been selling us tickets in Carolina for 5 years, when nobody else has been successful really and sticking in Carolina for as long as he has. Except for maybe Shaq. But Shaq doesn't have those leadership skills that CMC had. And for me to come in here and say, well, oh, Shaq's the new leader. No, he isn't. I'm sorry, he isn't. No one can replace CMC. Nobody. Nobody can replace that talent that CMC came in here with. Nobody can replace that leadership that he's brought to this team. I don't care how many picks you throw at this management and Scott Fitterer, it will never be enough to replace that for me. I'm sorry. It's just never enough. We can talk about his injuries. We can say he's injury prone. That's an excuse. We already know it's done. We're not making the playoffs. We're not a playoff contender. Heck, we're at the bottom of the league. Nobody else has 5 losses. Let's be real here. We're at the bottom of the league. We're in a fire sale. This is exactly what I didn't want to happen when Matt Rule got fired. I warned y'all about this. I warned y'all, management, that this was a bad idea. And all I'm going to say is when CMC scores 3 touchdowns on us when we play San Francisco again, you're about to find out why. Because San Francisco will treat that man better than we ever will. He will stay healthier in San Francisco than he ever will in Carolina. You see the demeanor on this man when he went to San Francisco? The first press conference versus his last one here? Guys, San Francisco has been planning this for 5 years. 5 years. Let me tell you why I say that. This GM that San Francisco has was already planning on getting him. And now they've got all the pieces they need, and CMC is just a plus. Yeah, it cost them a lot. But if they can keep CMC healthy and on the field longer than we can, they won the trade. In my opinion. Because let me tell you something. We have never had good coaching to where they care about these players enough not to risk injuries and cause more injuries by overusing players. We have not found one single coach since the early days of the inception of this franchise that will do that for us. We are still struggling to find that coach. Shanahan knew what he was doing. So did that entire San Francisco management. And I'm going to tell you this right now. If you believe for 1 minute that this was a smart move, you're dumber than the person that decided this was a good idea in the first place. I'm just going to say that right now. Scott was handcuffed here. He was handcuffed in this decision. The reason I say that is because of the cap that we saved. You know, we got ourselves out of the negative cap space, but at what cost? You know, Scott didn't want to have to do this, bro. He didn't want to have to do it. He loves CMC. Like the rest of us. He didn't want to have to do this. You could tell by his demeanor in that press conference. He did not want to do it. He was pressured. The question is by who? Whoever that person is needs to be fired. Because even thinking about trading CMC at this point is a fireable offense, in my opinion, with this franchise. It's disgusting. It should never happen. You want to see a blue in those seats on Sunday? Good luck with that. You just traded away the one man that people came to see. You just traded away 70% of your offense in one move. Are you sure you could live with that management? If I'm Scott, I'm going to bed disgusted that we had to make that move. And I'm going to tell you why this was stemmed from Marty. Marty put us in cap, in the red in the cap. I don't want to say the other word. Y'all know exactly what I'm thinking right now. Marty put us in cap trouble the first time he came through Carolina by getting good players and wanting to give them huge, gigantic contracts. We hired Marty back. Same thing happens again. Guess what? We're in the red again. And we got nothing to show for it. Nothing. No division titles. No winning records. Only Matt Rule. And a fire sale. It's disgusting. It's despicable. We should have never hired Marty back. I told y'all we shouldn't have done it. But our management doesn't listen. So here we are again. That seems to be a running theme right now. Our management doesn't listen. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can offer all the solutions you want to, and you cannot make that horse drink. No matter how dehydrated and thirsty that horse is. Which is what our team is right now. And think of this fan base as the body of the horse. Who's paying for it? Because the brain of the horse isn't thinking straight. We're paying for it over and over and over again because we don't think as a franchise. This is the 3-year effects of Marty Hernley. I warned y'all, but you didn't listen. You just had to hire Marty back, didn't you? You just had to screw us over for the next 5 years. Whoop-de-doo. Now CMC's gone. You're welcome. And guess what, folks? I'm here to tell you, I told you so. I'll say it as many times as I have to. It sounds like a broken record at this point. I sound like a parrot at a pet store. I told you so. I told you so. I mean, honestly. Does this management ever think for themselves sometimes? I wonder. I really wonder. Okay, the Robbie Anderson trade I agree with. That was toxic. We needed to get rid of him. Trading Shaq, I got no problem with that, depending on what we get for him. Trading Brian, I've got no problem with, depending on what we get for him. But trading CMC, trading DJ, that should never be an option. Never. Never. Never in a million years. CMC has still got at least 10 years on his career. I still believe that. If you keep him healthy, he's got at least 10 more years. 7 to 8 minimum. As talented as he is. But if you keep busting him up, yeah, this was inevitable. You got half the fan base that just cannot freaking stand this move. Half the fan base cannot stand what we just did and are absolutely mortified by this decision. The other half is jumping for joy, like they just won the Super Bowl. And those people are the ignorant ones that have no idea what we just gave up. Or who we just gave up on. This sends a message to the players and future players that this management does not care about you. And it never will. It sends a direct message saying exactly that. I'm disgusting. I'm reviled by this trade. I want my 48 hours back. I want them back. I'm going to tell you right now, I said some pretty vile things off camera, which I will not repeat. It is trades like this that make me wonder why I am still a Panthers fan. Because honestly, if you're going to root for a team like this that does not care about its fans, does not care about its players, why should we care what y'all are doing? That's where I'm at. That's my mindset right now. I don't know about y'all, but that's where my mind is. I've been in a very, very depressed, dark thought of mind right now since that happened. And believe me, I've had a number of reasons to be pissed off this year. This one included. I warned them 3 days before this trade ever happened. Don't trade CMC, or you will regret it. Don't do it. This might be in the top 5 of the franchise's biggest mistakes we have ever made. I'm saying it right now. I think it is. Right up there with Steve Smith. Right up there with a couple of other ones. And hiring Matt Rule is up there too. Putting him on a 7-year contract is up there too. That's up the list too, for sure. Trust me. That was idiotic. But I forgive Tepper because he did the right thing and he fired him. And he issued sort of an apology. Quote unquote, sort of. I'll accept it. However, this I will not defend him on. I refuse to. You barked up the wrong tree on this one. And those consequences are going to come. Now, that's one way to look at it. The other way is, okay, we got all these picks. And I'm going to tell you why this is not Scott's fault. And he was handicapped here from doing his job properly. He wanted to keep CMC. He wanted to look for alternative methods, but he had no choice. Tepper basically walked into his office and used the cap argument. He didn't want... God knows he didn't want to do it. But he saw the logic in it, and he said, I have no choice. It's either that or we're in the red. Because either that or we cannot re-sign Brian Burns. It's either that or we cannot sign the people that we need to sign. And even after this move, we're still only $1 million over the cap. Only $1 million in the black, ladies and gentlemen. That's still not good enough. We got a huge trophy trove of rookies coming in from this next draft. We got to pay them. We got to find a way to pay some of the people that are on this roster right now. We got $1 million to do it. Even after the CMC trade. He didn't have a choice, ladies and gentlemen. And Scott said, okay, we can't get a first for CMC. What's the equivalent of a first? So, I give Scott credit for finding a way to get this done in a way that actually gets proper value for him. I give him his due. So, as far as I'm concerned, Scott is off the hook. But the rest of you in this management, whoever decided this was a good idea needs to be fired. And I mean today. I've been watching this franchise for a long time make idiotic decisions. This is one of the worst ones. And honestly, I'm about fed up. I put up with a lot of crap. But I'm about fed up. I'm trying to find a positive spin on this, and there is none. There just simply is none. You don't move CMC. It's just, oh God, how do I find the words right now? How do I express myself while still being PG right now? It's hard today. It really is. Because I just want to lower the boom on this management. I want to lower the boom so bad. But I can't do it. I'm too disgusted and too numb from our dumb decisions to be able to do so now. That's where I'm at. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but that's where I'm at. I feel betrayed by this management. I feel stabbed in the back. Because CMC was one of my favorite players to ever come to Carolina. He represented everything that Carolina was and is today. And to move that and to give up on that shows they don't care about the players or the fans. They just don't. They've given up completely. It's as if the mantra "keep pounding" doesn't mean anything to these people, even though they claim it does. By the way, we've got another liar as a head coach. I just want to say that right now. We got another liar as a head coach. Steve Wilkes says, "Oh, we're fine as is with this management in this uh, roster right now. We're fine. We're perfectly fine." Yet they turn around and have a freaking fire sale. And you can tell me it's not a fire sale all you want to, but at this point, let's just call it what the heck it is. I'm so fed up, man. I'm really fed up. I can only put up with so much backstabbing by this franchise. For real. Honestly. I mean, there are other ways to get this done and get us out of the red. There are other ways. I've told people this, man. I told people this countless times. But this management does not want to listen. They refuse to listen. They're so hard-headed that they just had to move CMC. I don't know if I should go to this Falcons game on that Thursday night or not. I'm that pissed off. I'm honestly that pissed off that I am very, very tempted to sell those tickets to a Falcon fan. Just to prove a freaking point. That's how mad that trade made me. Just to shove it in the face of David Tepper and say, why? You want to give up on us? We're giving up on you too. Either sell the team or move. Or be done with it. Because we're fed up. We're tired of being on the bottom of the freaking league all the time because of our stupid decisions. Like this one. Idiotic decisions. Shout out to Tower Hales. Shout out to Sean. How you doing? But honest to God, I'm fed up. There's no positive way you can spin this. I've tried. I have ran this scenario in my head about 1,000 times in the last 48 hours, and I cannot find any positive spin. I'm sorry. I can't do it. As far as I'm concerned, if y'all got negative things to say about this trade, let them out in chat. Let them out. Go ahead. Speak your piece. Because this is the place to do it. As far as I'm concerned, I'm as angry as you guys are. And I'm going to find a way to say this in a positive light here. Thank you, Steve Smith, for your comments, man. Because that really meant a lot. You know, it didn't lessen the hurt, but it really did mean a lot. And I appreciate you, Steve. Thank you. Like, this is... That and Jonathan Stewart both. Thank you. You're both real ones, man. And When Panthers legends speak up, we listen. You know, I just I I don't have words right now. So honestly, I'm gonna leave it to the chat. Let's read the chat. Um, Block Poppy says we will miss you, CMC. Amen, brother. This one hurts. You rarely ever see me fucking cry on camera. Excuse my language. I'm sorry, kids. This trade's got me all out of sorts, y'all. It really, really does. He was the best of us, man. He was the best of us. And I mean, I'm not trying to act like somebody died up in here, man, but come on, dude. As far as I'm concerned, this franchise has been dying for years. It honestly has. And I'm trying to be that person right now that's uplifting, but I can't do it. This stream is just gonna be what it is. Alright. I think I'm focused again. Alright. David Screw says, I know McCaffrey being lost to San Francisco hurts badly. But we did get a lot for him, which is a good thing. We need to keep pounding. New everything next year. Maybe more draft picks incoming. Yep. True. We'll talk about those picks. We'll talk about what we want to do with them a little later on. Yeah, thank you for that message, David. Appreciate that, Matt. Saw a comment, and if you think about it, we basically traded CMC for Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield. It's unfortunate, but it's true because we used the picks and traded for CMC to get Baker and Sam. Yeah. That doesn't lessen the blow, man. It doesn't correct our errors. It doesn't. It just makes things worse. CMC's value is Pro Bowlers coming up through this pick. These draft picks that we just traded for. It legit better be a bunch of Pro Bowlers. Alright, I shouted everybody out. Alright, so let's talk about what these picks will entail. What's done is done. We're moving on. What are we going to do with these picks? Alright, so I don't know that PFN has updated those picks yet. But I'm gonna let's see what we got. Full list of Panthers picks. All right, so no, that's July 7th. Okay. Updated, right? Updated. 2 4th-round picks and a 5th-round pick. And a 5th-round pick coming up this year. Alright, so here's, and I'm not even looking at 2024 yet. We'll look at 2024 once we decide what we're doing with 2023. Okay, that's realistic right now. Alright. So based on what picks we have. Now, there's 2 routes we can go here. If this team tanks out and we end up with a top 5, a top 5 pick, then, preferably probably a number 1, since that's the way we're going. With a number 1 pick, we need to go for a quarterback. We've got 2 really good quarterbacks out there right now that we could go for. One of them is from Alabama. And the other is from Ohio State. Now, I'm going to suggest an alternative. Jalen Carter. If you don't like the Ohio State Buckeyes quarterbacks, and there's some people that don't, you do have Jalen Carter. However, Carter's a little lower on this list, isn't he? Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Carter is a defensive tackle. My bad, guys. All right, so C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young. Will Lewis is also an option at 15. Kentucky's played really well. You got Robinson from Texas here. There's Jones. Okay, there's Jones. Offensive tackle. So, I mean, this is the top 20 players. So, quarterbacks-wise, you're looking at Stroud, Young, and Lewis. I don't know that I would go with Richardson, Van Dyke, or Rattler at this point. And Tennessee has really been playing well, so Hooker might be out there for us as an option as well. Alright, so those are your main options right now. I don't know what we're going to jump on right now if we get that number 1 pick. I've heard Bryce Young's shoulder is injured. Now, does anybody know anything about that? If you do, throw it in chat. I'm interested to learn more about that. I've heard talk about that, but I don't know what's going on. What's the progress on that? What's going on there? C.J. Stroud, he's really good if coached in the NFL. Here's the key words here. If coached well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Carolina. This is Carolina. Since when have we had a coach that actually knows how to coach players in the NFL? Since when, bro? That's our problem. Oh, man. And that's the sad part about it, man. No matter who we get, if we don't get the coaching staff under control, there's no point. All of these picks will just be showing off their talent, and that's really it. We won't be getting anything out of it. We'll be right here again. In 3 to 4 years. So if we don't get the right coach, we're screwed for another 5 or 6 years. Imagine that. You think we're at the bottom of the barrel now. We're just going to be dealing with this toxicness 3 to 4 years later. So, I implore you, make the correct decision at coaching staff. For your coaching staff, Mr. Tepper, or suffer the consequences for another 3 to 5 years. Your choice. Going to David Screw's comment. Young suffered a sprain to the AC joint in his shoulder during Alabama's 49-26 road win over Arkansas 2 weeks ago. He attempted to throw while falling to the ground and landed awkwardly with his right arm. So, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like C.J. Stroud, Will Lewis, Richardson, Van Dyke, or Rattler. And I do not endorse Clemson's DJ. I do not. I will make that very clear. And I'll tell you why I don't endorse DJ. If you've been watching him lately, especially today against a ranked opponent where we barely got the win, in our own stadium, full of our own fans wearing orange and white, DJ's first half has been awful. And I mean, it's been awful all year and last year too. But somehow the second half, he somehow comes up with 17 points when you turn the TV off. I don't know how he does it. Honest to God, I don't know how he does it. Whatever we're doing in that locker room, it's working in Clemson. But DJ is not the right fit for Carolina. No. I do not endorse. I do, however, endorse the defensive players that we're bringing up to the draft in Clemson. I will fully endorse those players because this is the last before he went to Oklahoma. And if you're not familiar with what Brent Venables has done, go look him up. I'm serious. Go look this dude up because it's coming to Oklahoma, and Oklahoma is about to come up with some major players in the next 10 years. Y'all mark my words on that. Because if he's that good as a defensive coordinator, watch what happens to him as a head coach in Oklahoma. Now, those players will inevitably go up the draft boards in the next 10 years. Those are the ones you want, especially the defensive players. If you're looking for defensive holes to fill. And that goes for all 32. So you're still typically going to get good players out of Bama, Clemson, and a few others that are consistently up there. Georgia, obviously. So, your consistent top 10 teams are the ones we're hunting for players from. Of course, you're always bound to find somebody that shows up on your radar that you're not expecting from some random team down the road, that doesn't get as much publicity, and barely. So anybody that thinks that we're talking about Baylor or Temple here, nope. We're done with that. We're done with that circus act. So, I want this team built correctly this time. No lollygagging, no screwing around, no passing go and collecting $200. This is not Monopoly, Mr. Tepper. I want this team built correctly this time. And built as a continual winner. Scott is one of the people that can do this for you. Who else can do this for you? It depends on who we hire as a head coach. It heavily depends on that. Because if we get another head coach that handcuffs Scott Fitterer, we're not getting it done. If we get another coaching staff that doesn't know what they're doing and makes stupid decisions like we just made this week with CMC, that's not going to get it done. We're going the opposite direction again. So, keeping that in mind, PFN I don't think has updated our status right now because we should be number one. We should absolutely be number one. According to Tankathon, Tankathon's got us at number one. Alright, so that's right. That's correct. Give them a little time and I think they'll get it right. Ooh, they have a mock draft. The mock draft has us getting CJ Stroud, which I agree with. There's some naysayers about Ohio State quarterbacks. However, if we get a good quarterbacks coach like we have in Sean Ryan leading the entire offense, hint, hint, it's time. Move the man up. His resume absolutely precedes itself by this point. Come on. Working with CJ Stroud, he could produce a strong NFL quarterback after a little development. I believe it. Now, in case you're wondering if Sean Ryan is one of those Matt Rule people, he is not. He is absolutely not. David and I took a census of all the coaches that were on that staff this week. And, all the leftovers from the Matt Rule era. So, whatever is left are the ones that we can cherry pick from and possibly build a new staff. Now, I'm not saying this is going to be easy. Not by any means. But anybody that's left over from any of the Matt Rule firings after this offseason, those are the ones we get to pick from. Sean Ryan will be still here. Now, I want him as OC. Tepper wants a offensive-minded head coach. I'm okay with this. We have not had that before. The question is who you're going to get. There's Bellamy in KC. But realistically, that list is very, very short of offensive coordinators that could qualify for head coaching jobs right now. Most of them are defensive minded. Notice how Steve Wilkes' name is not on that list of coaches, that are possibles for us. He would have to do an amazing job, quote unquote, by Mr. Tepper in order to be considered. I'm curious as to could you expand on that, Mr. Tepper, so that we all know what you're looking for here out of him if you want him as a head coach. Now, I'm not saying that I endorse it at this point, because as far as I'm concerned, he could have been one of the ones that advocated for the CMC trade. If so, that's going to be a no from me. We need to go for somebody else. Because at that point, I will take away my endorsement for Steve Wilkes. If that's what we're doing. If he's not the one that initiated it, but he encouraged it, again, not the man for the job. All right, so we have Pat Eflin on the IR. Now Bozeman will get his chance. And Bozeman has worked with Corbett before with the Rams offensive line and gotten the Rams to a Super Bowl. He was part of that crew that got them a Super Bowl ring. That chemistry will be back alive and kicking on Sunday against the Bucs. Now the question is, was our coaching staff wrong to hold back Bozeman from the starting job? We're going to find that out very, very quickly on Sunday. I would say in the first two drives, we're going to find out. So I'll be watching that matchup very, very closely. Because that'll tell me, is this coaching staff holding back our players? Are they holding back our talent? Are they holding back what we could possibly be doing with what we still have on this roster? Keyword still have on this roster. Honestly, I don't know why I'm still doing this. This team doesn't care about success. But we're going to try to offer as many solutions as we can and try to get this franchise back on track anyway. All right. One thing I will say that Steve Wilkes did well is he did put Sean Chandler at second string. Now what this does are obvious reasons. Just free safety known since Justin Reed, But what I will say is, he gets the job done. Under a 4-3, when he is coming out of coverage to stop a screen play or a run play on the outside, he gets the job done. Y'all can't deny this. You watched him for long enough, you know this. Now, as far as the free safety job so far is concerned, all of these guys have been burnt. Trey Boston included, back in the day. I gave him a lot of heat for that. But some of it may not have been as warranted as I thought it was. After thinking about that. With the defensive coverages we were choosing at the time, maybe it wasn't warranted. But, point being, that position hasn't been the greatest, as far as coverage. But I think we made the right decision, putting Hartsfield at starter. I support it fully 1,000%. And y'all know why. I'm not going to go over that again. I've done that enough. Alright, so. Let's get back to Ben McAdoo. Oh, y'all are going to love this. If you haven't seen this message in chat yet, y'all are going to love this. Ben McAdoo is quoted as saying, "It's always a good day when my key card works." Really? Really, Ben? Because it's going to be a great day for Panthers fans when your key card doesn't work at the end of the year. That's all I'm going to say about that right now. We got 10 points on the board last week. That's it. The rate that's hitting, you won't have a key card to worry about. It ain't going to work. You're going to be trying to find meals from McDonald's next week. Flipping burgers, man. Because I'm telling you, this is his last chance in the NFL, and it's about to fail. He's about to fail, y'all. I told y'all what the RPO system should look like. Alright? That was not it. No, that was not it. Not at all. David Screw says, hit the like button. Yes. Please. Hit the like button on this stream if you haven't already. I'm not begging for likes. I'm just saying, if you like the stream, if you like what we're doing, hit the like button. David says, I'll say this. I think Pat has improved since what he was. But Bozeman all day. I absolutely agree. And the reason I say this is because we actually had decent protection, this year. At least halfway decent protection. Our quarterbacks aren't running for their life. They're not getting injured. It's basic, halfway decent protection. All right, so keeping that in mind, what the quarterbacks have done is basically on the quarterbacks for the most part. They've got no crutch to stand on, to protect themselves, from all the criticism this time with the offensive line. The quarterbacks have failed. They can use the crutch of Ben McAdoo failing in what he's doing as a crutch, but only up to a certain point. Baker did make some mistakes, yes. Sam Darnold was awful, yes. PJ Walker can't get it past the line of scrimmage, yes. The screenplays, I feel like PJ was being leashed up, though. Y'all feel like that, too? Because you know what PJ can do when he's not leashed up. Yes, he overthrows players deep. He can't throw the deep ball. I'll give you that. We always knew that, though. That's not new. Alright? This guy's throwing them into the satellites up in space. We knew this. I'm talking about the short game and the medium passes. When you don't let this man throw anything but bubble screens, come on. How are you going to blame this on PJ? How? You cannot possibly find any way to blame that last game on PJ. I'm sorry, you cannot. He completed like 9 out of 12 passes, something like that. You know, so the short game passes, yes, anybody could throw those bubble screens and complete them and make their numbers look good. Anybody. So, for me, you can't blame that last loss on PJ. He's being leashed up. It's obvious. It's obvious as day and night. That's on Ben. And that key card, you ain't gonna have to worry about that much longer, bro. You ain't even gonna have a key card no more. You're not gonna have a key card no more, bro. I'm telling you. You got 12 weeks, and then you won't have one no more. I'm calling it. It may even be sooner than that. You know? Alright, so obviously I'm going to clown you for that, Ben, because there is no offensive coordinator or head coach or any coach whatsoever that says something like that in the league. None. I mean, this is just foolishness, man. This is just clown foolishness. This is the stuff that's got to go. We can't have this, man. We can't have this in our franchise. Honestly, I'm starting to wonder what this franchise did to deserve this. Y'all throwing some voodoo spells out in New Orleans or something on this team? Like, what are y'all doing, bro? God, man. This is just... If you want a clean house and you want to do it the right way, Ben's got to be the first to go. Strength and conditioning coaches, both of them, need to go as well. They're next. We need healthy players. Oh, God. Why is it every time we get an offensive coordinator lately since Norv Turner, I mean, they just make my brain cells die off one by one just listening to them. This is disgusting. I don't know what to tell y'all. We are where we are. Alright. But yeah, Pat did improve, I think, a little bit. I'll give him that credit. But I do believe Bozeman is better. And I believe he's going to prove that on Sunday. Alright, moving on to the next topic. What do I think about CJ Stroud? Haven't had a chance to watch him play, to be honest. I haven't watched much college football this year, so I don't know much about him. As I've been saying throughout the week, I have not scouted anybody really. It's too early. You know, we're at week 7, for goodness sakes. You know, we got 10 more weeks in the NFL. I mean, every once in a while, I'll probably catch a little bit of a game and just watch somebody. But honestly, like, I don't even know who's in this draft right now. That's why I think this week is a proper time to start doing some scouting and finding out what we have in this draft. Because at this point, we pretty much thrown in the towel. So I'll start watching CJ Stroud next Saturday, and we'll see what we're dealing with. When's the next Ohio State game? Hold on. What's the next Ohio State game? Alright, yeah, Penn State. Okay. I'm gonna try to catch the second half of that game. So I'll do that. I'll watch CJ Stroud and see what we're dealing with. I believe I can find out what I need to know in the second half of that game. I want this. Let's see. LD says I hate CMC's gone. What do I think about him being gone? I've already said that. Okay. He just really misses CMC like the rest of us, man. I feel you. That's some college football stuff that Paul's saying. I'll get to that later with him. For now, I want to focus on the chat and what we got going on here. Alright, so if we got a top 5 pick, regardless of where that pick is in the top 5, I do believe we should go for CJ. I believe that's the choice right now. We don't want another injured quarterback. We don't want another injured period. Fill in the blank player. You know, we're tired of the injury risk. You know, and I'm not saying that excuse me. I'm not saying that CMC is an injury risk at all, because we misused him. What I'm saying is, we don't want another injury risk player. Alright, so, keeping that in mind, CJ would be the choice if you want to go quarterback. First round. Alright, so let's go ahead and obviously this is PFN, so you're going to get a little bit crazy offers here, you know, for these picks to move down. Some of these are not as realistic as you think, you know. That is a wild trade offer right there. Oof. Sorry, guys. I got a lack of sleep. I got stuff I'm doing during the week that's just killing my sleep schedule. Bear with me, y'all. But for the people watching on Facebook, this is a pick 3 on round 1 for PFN mock draft, and the Falcons are offering us a 39, a 71, a 2024 first, a 2024 second, just to move down 5 picks. You know, I mean, that's really wild and out there. I don't see that ever happening. But the Lions are offering us to move down to 7. They want our 54 for a move up to 20 and 38. That's a fair offer too. I mean, those are reasonable offers. But I just don't see any team offering that crazy amount of picks. It's just not possible. You might get some offer for the number one pick. You know, some wild offer, but not like that. No, I don't see that happening. No team is going to offer another first for a first. It's just not going to happen. You might see, two, like a late round first and maybe a second offered for that number one pick. I can see that happening in real life. But on PFN, it's just not possible. But I'm going to tell you specifically what we're going to do with these picks. Now, first round pick. What we're doing with that, as I've said before, quarterback or guard position. Left guard specifically. Michael Jordan is not the answer at backup left guard. I like Brady Christensen. I think keep Brady Christensen on the line. But if you can get a better left guard than Brady Christensen, then go for it. With a first round pick in the top 15. But if we have a number one pick, then we need to go for the quarterback. Alright, so. Second round pick. Let's assume that we went for a quarterback in the first round. Let's follow that path real quick. So our next pick would be with 2 second round picks and a deep running back class. I'm thinking that we pick up a linebacker and a corner with these 2 picks here. Now, if there's any running backs left that are really, really good running backs, they'll show up in the third. But if you really feel hard pressed to go after a running back and you start seeing them really go off the board, then get them in the second round. Absolutely. Because there's about 9 of these guys that are really, really good. And I'll show you who they are. First of all, let's click out of that. Running backs. So we got Robinson from Texas. We got Jahmyr Gibbs from Alabama. You got Sean Tucker from Syracuse. I haven't really watched UCLA, so I don't know how good Zach is. You got Devin from Texas A&M. You got Tank from Auburn. Zach Evans from Ole Miss. Kenny McClintosh from Georgia. Again, I don't watch Utah, so you never know though. We did get CMC out of Stanford, so you don't know until you check these guys out. So I'm not really gonna throw him under the rug just yet until I check him out. Chase Brown from Illinois, Blake from Michigan. And then it goes down from there. A lot of people are going to be looking at Jahmyr Gibbs. Now, the guy that is going to go under the radar that nobody's really looking at is Zach Evans. And the reason I say this is Ole Miss has been really, really tough on offense lately. So, I would keep an eye open for Zach Evans. Check him out. See what you think of him. He's quietly getting his yards, though. And I like him. I did manage to watch a couple of clips of Ole Miss, to watch and see how their offense is gelling right now. I didn't watch the whole game of Ole Miss, but, I wanted to see how their offense was doing, under the quarterback that used to be from Clemson. So, that in mind, I do approve of what we're looking at here. That in mind, I would go for a running back in the second round. Because I'm not feeling strongly about these guys at the moment. As much as they say it's a strong running back class, I'm not feeling strongly at the moment. So, I would go running back second round and then start getting your defensive players. Linebacker is first, corner is next. And whichever one we didn't get defensively, we take that into the third round. 2 fourth-round picks. We need an edge rusher, and we need a safety to replace Sean Chandler. Because he ain't it, folks. He ain't it. I do not see him surviving the purge of Carolina. I don't see it. 5th round pick. This is where we go wide receiver to replace Robbie Anderson. And I think if we do that with our positional players, our positional picks here, I think we'll be in great shape. If we go quarterback in the first round with a number 1 pick, then that guard position takes a huge, prominent position as the first, second round pick. We gotta have that left guard. Got to. I don't care what running backs are on the board. We gotta have it. Otherwise, there's no point in drafting a running back or a quarterback. All right, so left guard sits here as the first, second round pick. Running back would be the next one, because we're bound to get one of the last of those 9 running backs on the board at that point. So moving on to the 3rd round pick, of course, that would be linebacker. 2 4th-round picks would be corner, edge rusher. 5th round pick would be a safety. We could wait on the wide receiver for a year, or pick one up and with whatever trade that we make with Brian Burns or Shaq. So that's what we're looking at here in 2023. I don't feel like we're in a hurry for a wide receiver at the moment, but this is what we're at, where we're at right now. And that's what I would like to see us do positionally with these picks. Now, moving on. Once you get those positional players, then you can start really pushing this roster and cleaning it out with a new coach that really knows what he's doing. Depending on who we get as a head coach. If you get a head coach that really knows what they're doing, and we keep installing that 4-3, we get on defense, and we really get an offensive-minded head coach, we get an offensive-minded offensive coordinator that really knows what they're doing with a solid playbook that has been in the NFL for a little while, then you could start to really move and clean out this roster properly. Flush out the nonsense, flush out the toxicity, and let's, from the Matt Rule era. And I'm not saying these are bad people or bad players that we're flushing out of here. They're average. Most of them are average. Some of them are below average. But, clean out the roster a little bit. And again, these are good people. Don't get me wrong. Good people. But we need to clean out this roster. We got to get rid of the Matt Rule people. And that means all of them. Okay? All of them. Once we have cleaned out that roster properly and we've gotten our money back on the cap, then we can see, okay, how much cap do we have? You know, what are we working with? How much are we going to devote to signing the rookies that we're drafting? Then we go from there. Whatever's left, we go from there. And I doubt we have enough to do anything in free agency. I highly doubt it. Like I said, we're only $1 million in the black. With the CMC move. But let's assume we get the coaching staff we want. Let's assume we get the defensive stuff that we want done. And the offensive stuff that we want done. And everything's clear, flushed out of this roster. Okay? That's where we start building through this draft. Is through those positions. We got to have those in there. Depending on who we flush out, that will start to change the positional draft order as far as what we need and where to get them at. But I'm going to say this. CJ Henderson has not been doing that great of a job back there. He's been burnt a lot at corner, and I don't think he's the right fit for our number 3 spot anymore. But he's better than Keith Taylor right now, so that being said, I don't have a problem with the depth chart as is. You know, we just need to get through this season, and then we can start looking at it. So, that being said, that's what we want to do with the 2023 drafts right now. I'm not even looking at the 2024 draft until we know how much cap we have and what goes on with the success of the 2023 draft. We need to take this year only right now. We got to have basic building blocks right now. Once we got the basic building blocks down, then we can start to look at, okay, what positions do we still have to fill? And how much cap room do we have once we get into 2024? It's going to be a mess. We got a lot of work to do, folks. And this management has no idea what they're doing right now. Tepper has no idea what kind of an absolute chaotic mess he has created by hiring Matt Rule for that long and having him butcher this team that much. We have really got a lot of work to do to dig ourselves out of this gap. It's not going to be fun at all. But I think that's where we start. It's going to be a 3-year process. Honestly, I believe that right now. It's going to be a 3-year process to dig ourselves out of this hole. Because the first year is going to be flushing out all the Matt Rule people and putting basic building blocks in. Second year is philosophy, structure, continuity, all of those things, discipline on the lines, technique, all of that is going to come into play that second year. I'm not expecting to see all that in the first year. If we see it, fantastic. But it's got to be a really great coach to have that happen. And we'll start talking about the coaching list in a minute. But right now, I don't expect those things in the first year of the building process. Your basic building blocks in place. You're going to have a good coach. You're going to have technique, continuity, discipline on the line. You're going to have all those things start to accumulate on the stat sheets. It may not necessarily translate onto the scoreboard, at the end of the year. But it may not translate to the win-loss record that much next year. But looking at the stats, it'll look the last 2 years, which is what we want. Because that's the start of something really, really good. And I can use that, and kind of guide us along, and say, okay, well, this is encouraging. And I can go down the list of stats and I can say, this is encouraging, this is encouraging, this is good, this is good. We need to keep doing these things. And say, okay, well, these things are checked off the list. What about these things? And we can figure out what we're not doing and try to fix it from there. All right, so with that in mind, that third year of the process will be to fill in the rest of the gaps that we have left. And that'll be depth chart, putting in depth and just making sure that everything is cleaned up and ready to go. To make a run. At the division, first of all, playoff run, possibly, from all the damage that's been done. That's how much damage that Matt Rule has done so far. It's scary to think about. And with CMC gone, it's going to be even harder. Man. Bear with me, y'all. So a 3-year process, I see that. Even with a really good coach. Two years bare minimum. Just to even get back to where we were. And that's not good. That just shows you how damaging the wrong coach can be. That absolutely train wrecks your team. And I think Scott Fitter is up to the task. I believe that. He's going to get us solid picks. He's going to get us moving in the right direction. But we got to have the management to finish the job. Build the roster, create what we need. And we'll try to offer as much advice as we can here with this channel and try to be as supportive as we can. But it's going to be tough. People are going to want to leave. I'm just going to say that right now. People are going to want to leave. They're going to want to join CMC in San Francisco. And I can't say I blame them. They're going to want to join some of these other players that have left too. You got a small 10% of our fan base that followed Robbie Anderson. So, it is what it is. But those people that are staying right now, that are loyal, like these people that are here tonight, that takes guts. That takes spine to still be here. And, we really find out who we are after this trade as fans. Are we loyal? Are we brave enough to stick around and try to watch a rebuild happen? Keyword try, because we have no idea what's around the corner. And for the first time, in a long time, I don't have an answer for you. This stream is going to be a lot of I don't knows. And I'm not afraid to say that. A lot of YouTubers will be like, well, let's change the subject to this and this and this and this and this. Let's try to shine a positive light on this stuff. And I'm be like, I've always been real from the start, y'all. Y'all know this. I'm not gonna shortchange y'all, man. I'm gonna tell you just like it is. If I don't know something, I'm gonna tell you I don't know. I've said that from day one. I'm not afraid to say that line. Something? Say you don't know it. I mean, be honest. That's what we do here, man. We're honest. And I feel like, even though our management has decided to be dishonest to us, at least our channel is honest. At least our folks are honest, straight up people, man. And that's what I like about these followers and subscribers and the family we built, man. Y'all are just awesome. I could have conversations with y'all all day long, man. We could go back and forth on any topic, man. And we're all honest about it. That's what's great about this. So, I mean, being honest here, this is what it's going to take to come back from the rabbit hole, the deep, dark rabbit hole that Matt Rule has created. And I mean, it's a deep one. We're going into Wonderland. That's how dark it is. And I'm not talking the original film. Alice in Wonderland. I'm talking the dark version of it that came out with Johnny Depp in it. That's how dark this rabbit hole has gone. We got a lot of cleaning up to do if we want to get this team back right again. And it's going to start with that coaching staff that Tepper hires. If he hires the wrong one again, God help us, man. There's going to be full-scale riots up in Charlotte. Wanting him to sell the team if that happens again. Please, God, don't let that happen again. I am asking for a divine intervention on this team. Because that's where we are. We are literally there. Alright, so what do I think about the term keep pounding? Absolutely, that should be our mantra forever as the Panthers. We should never lose that. We should never lose heart in that mantra. I don't care what's going on in Carolina. As long as we keep that mantra, man, there's a reason to believe. We got to keep pounding. So, another thing I read about McAdoo is he thinks that Ian Thomas is one of the greatest tight ends he has worked with. What's wrong with this man? God. You honestly believe Ian Thomas is the best tight end you ever worked with? Oh my God. He did not say that, did he? Did he really? Wasn't he a part of the Eli Manning era up in New York? With, what's his name up there? The tight end? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that. Because if he was part of that Eli Manning crew, up there. If you think any one of them is not as good as Ian Thomas, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, really. Like, you're delusional. That's if he was part of that crew. I don't know. How, let me look that up, actually. Let me look that up. Oh, Lord. Let me see. What was his history? Let's see. We'll go with Wikipedia. Screw it. Alright, so this guy's been with the Jacksonville Jaguars. And the Dallas Cowboys before he came here. Alright, so as a... There ain't no way. They made him interim head coach in 2016 and 17 in New York. Really? Am I seeing that right? No, they took off the interim tag. No kidding. And the Giants finished with an 11-5 record under McAdoo. You gotta be kidding me. Although there are a lot of suspensions and team violations, slumping the Giants to an 0-5 start in 17. Okay. So he was coordinator in 14 and 15, 16 and 17. So the Cowboys in 2021. And the Cowboys have had good tight ends too. Better than Ian Thomas. So I'm not buying this one, man. Ben, I'm not buying it, bro. I'm not buying it. There is nothing that Ben McAdoo could sell me right now that I would to make me believe in him right now. Nothing. You got to show me on the field, bro. I'm not buying it. So, alright, let's move on to the next thing in this chat right here. Lock Poppy says, I say we draft CJ. Draft some linebacker talent and some more wide receivers late round running backs. I think one running back should suffice for right now. Chuba Hubbard will be an okay starter for us. But we need somebody to back up Chuba. And Foreman ain't it. I'm going to keep saying it. Foreman is not it. This man should be third string. I'm going to continue saying it until this management gets a clue. And just because his numbers look good against the worst ranked defense against the run in the league does not make him a good running back. I'm sorry. You just cannot sell that narrative to me. I've been looking at the numbers each week. I've been going over him on stream with you guys. I've seen him in person. Okay? I'm not buying it. That he is equal to Chuba. No. I'm sorry. He's just not. To me, he's always going to be that 2.8, 2.5 to 2.8 running back. That you saw during week 2. That's who he is to me. And that's who I saw in training camp as well. That's who I saw in preseason. What is it going to take for people to finally figure out that this dude is not it? So, for me, we should have kept Freeman. And I mean, there's a very small minority of people that say we should have kept Freeman. I'm one of them. And they're correct to say that. And I believe he got signed by somebody, didn't he? So, ladies and gentlemen, we screwed up again. As per usual. Let's see if he got signed by somebody. Well, what do you know? The Houston Texans. Ladies and gentlemen, our management has screwed up again. And the only reason he's not doing well in Houston is because of the fact that their offensive line is in shambles. Okay, it's worse than ours at this point. And we're pretty low on the list, but theirs is worse than us. So that's really saying something right now. And I want to remind you, when you look at Tankathon, where's Houston? 5th and 6th. Things that make you go, But yet they signed him, and they're getting more out of him than us. With a broken line. But okay. Let's get off that. Alright, but running backs, yeah, we could go for a second running back, but not now. Not this year. That's got to be next year. With all due respect, I don't think it's the right time to go after a second running back. One will do for now. But linebacker talent, absolutely. Yes. If we had more picks, I would pick 2 linebackers because of how much depth we have there. Because it's dangerously low. Okay. And we actually signed 2 from the free agent list as of this week. I don't know if we activated one of them or not. I think we did, but I'm not 100% on that. So if anybody can confirm that, let me know. And I don't have the names in front of me, but there's trade talks going on right now. 2 first-round picks from the Eagles for Brian Burns. Alright, if they are dumb enough to give us 2 first-round picks, let them be dumb. That's all I got to say about that. Because this dude is worth easily a 4th or a 5th round pick. That's it. A 4th or a 5th round pick right now. I would argue a mid-range 4th. is what I'm seeing Brian Burns as. Until he picks up, Pro Bowl honors and, 2 or 3 times, then we'll elevate him to maybe a second rounder. But 2 first rounders, nah, I don't see it. I mean, this is an edge rusher position, okay, guys? They're not going to be worth a first round pick. I'm sorry. Unless you are, like, one of the top 5 legendary edge rushers from this decade, then you're not going to be worth a first. It's just not going to happen. But if the Eagles want to give us 2 firsts, I'm 100% down for that one. I would take that deal in a heartbeat. I'll tell you why. Because you can replace the talent that Brian Burns has. You can do that easily. Every year, there's going to be a guy like Brian Burns that you can draft. Can you replace the person? No. But can you replace the playing ability and, the skills and the technicality? Yes. Absolutely. With 2 first rounds. Without a doubt. So from my experience, give me 2 first rounds. Absolutely. Yep, that's a deal. Yep. If they're dumb enough to give us that, I'll throw in Sean Chandler for free. You could have him. You could have him for free, bro. That's a freebie. I don't even want a 7th for that. Take him for free. For 2 firsts. Heck yes. Oh my goodness. I would take that deal to the moon and back. So, David says, I think McAdoo is on something special. You're not wrong, buddy. You're not wrong. Oh, man. How about quarterback first round and then linebacker and then running back? Yeah, but if you're looking at a running back class with 9 guys, right? You could do that. However, we need a guard. We need a left guard desperately. And I don't. No. If you don't get a guard in the second round, you're not getting a good one. You're just not. It's just point blank, period. Once you get out of the second round, you're getting these B to B minus left guards, and it's just not going to cut it. That's what we've already got. And these guys are poor technique. They're being poorly coached already. So, I mean, it's basically like Cameron Irving, essentially, and Pat Elflein when you get down to that level. And that's not what we need. Those are backup level. We need somebody that's got the talent to be coached up into a potential starter within a year. And we're only going to find that in the first 2 rounds. So buckle up, If you want a left guard, you got to get him in the first 2. Then we can deal with linebacker next. You know what I mean? And if your running backs are still there, get your running back. But linebacker, we can wait a little bit on. but not too long. Third or fourth round, it's okay to wait on the linebacker as far down as the fourth, but I wouldn't wait any further than that. Because then you're getting into the average linebacker classes, and it's just, no. I mean, this is how the drafts have been. And the edge rushers are kind of going all over the place, as far as like the good ones versus the average ones. So I would kind of keep an eye on the edge rushers and just see what the trend is going to be this coming year, because that's kind of been all over the place. It's been up and down. This past year we've had 2 or 3 edge rushers go in the first top 5. So I mean it's wonky, man. You don't know what to expect there. But linebackers, you want to get those linebackers before round 4 is up. Otherwise, you're in trouble. You're not getting a solid one. You're getting an average guy, that's going to have coverage issues that could maybe stop the run, But it's basically a Shaq 2.0, when he was in his rookie year. And I'm not saying that Shaq hasn't improved since then. I'm saying Shaq in his rookie year. That's the talent level you're getting once you get down that low to the 4th and 5th round. So you want to grab them in the 3rd round if you can. Because there's still going to be some talented guys still up there in the 3rd based on our needs. That's the trend of the NFL, man. You got to keep an eye on the trends. Now, if those trends start changing, we'll take a look at it. You know what I mean? We'll reevaluate. And I trust Scott. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to find this talent. He knows what to look for. So, I trust him. And he could probably find a really, really good gold mine player down there in the 3rd and 4th. I believe it. I don't doubt it for a second, knowing Scott. He's got to have that scouting department, working for him, though. Even with the last draft that we just had, he was still able to find some gold mine players. Even with being kind of handcuffed with what he was able to draft. By the coaching staff and by what was on the board. He was still able to find a couple of gold mines, even down there. So, don't think that this is, this is where we still have a huge advantage, is in drafting right now. Scott Fitter has been let off the leash. He's able to do what he wants to do. And now we're going to be able to see some results. How about a quarterback first round, then linebacker, then running back? We just discussed that. Okay. Alright, next comment. I think Deontay could possibly be a left guard. Just my opinion. Deontay Brown got cut. He's been gone. He didn't pan out. He's gone. He barely got enough snaps to qualify, though. That's my problem with it. If you're cutting him after you've given it, fair enough. But the problem is with Matt Rule is he didn't give enough snaps. Neither did Ben McAdoo. Neither did that clown of an offensive coordinator, Joe Brady, last year. So, if he's on our practice squad right now, I have that's news to me. Because I didn't hear resigning him. But You know, if you give him enough of an opportunity, let him prove it to you. Let him show you that he can do this work. You know, and if he can't show you, then yeah, fair enough. Practice squad or out the door. David says, I think Blackshear has potential. I agree. I'd like to see him get a few more carries. Let's see if he can do something. Okay. You're saying that he's on our practice squad right now? Alright, fair enough. That's fair. Alright, yeah, let's see if we can get him some potential opportunities on that practice squad. And I don't believe moving him up to the 53 is the wise idea, but, you know, as long as he's still on the practice squad, I'm satisfied with that. Back to Blackshear. Blackshear, I believe, does have the opportunities necessary to do something. Potentially really, really good for us. Again, he did have 200 return yards. You know, that one game. And he's caught my eye. Absolutely. He's on my radar. So, you know, if you can give him some carries and just see how he does and split those carries with Chuba and I guess Foreman, because Foreman is probably the last guy on our running back squad that would really earn those carries right now, since you've given him enough snaps with those 2s, 3s, and 4s crews in practices, then fine. You know, I don't have a problem with it. But I'd like to see that 30-30-60 split again, you know, on carries. That's what was working. And give Chuba the 60. Blackshear would get 30, you know, Foreman would get 30. Because Foreman's been working with the 1s and the 2s. So that's where we are right now with the running back spot. This is going to be a tough year for us getting through the rest of these games. I don't see us getting any more than 3 wins total based on what we have. I mean, Christian McCaffrey was 70% of our offense. So, unless we start throwing it to people, if we start throwing more bubble screens and not even getting past the line of scrimmage, what's the point? You know, I'd be surprised if we even get field goals at that point. You know, you got to get down the field and get into field goal range. And without CMC, that's going to be really, really tough to do unless you start tossing the ball. Steve Wilkes has got to let these quarterbacks fly. He's got to let them off the leash and throw the ball. You know, and if some of these balls turn into incompletions and he starts throwing them into the stands, be that as it may, you've got to let him throw the ball. Otherwise, you're not getting into field goal range. You're not putting up even 3 points. With Ben McAdoo's offense, it's just pure trash. We got the RPO without the R. So let him throw it. You know, let PJ be PJ out there. Otherwise, we're not even getting in field goal range. I mean, this is a joke. You might as well punt it every time we get the ball. If you're not even going to throw it to DJ, if you're not even going to throw it to Terrence Marshall Jr. or Shi Smith, why even bother? Why even bother, man? I don't. There's nothing left for us. I mean, Chuba can only do so much, guys, and we're about to overuse Chuba Hubbard too, because of Ben McAdoo deciding, oh, we don't want to throw anything but bubble screens. I mean, what a joke. This is yet another player that's going to suffer because we don't know what we're doing. It's sickening. I mean, what kind of coach says it's a good day if my key card is still working? Good God, man. Why? Why do we entertain this foolishness, man? Year after year, why do we entertain this stuff, man? I don't even understand. It's sickening to me. I mean, without an offense, we're not winning on Sunday. That's just period, point blank. If we're just going to throw bubble screens and we're not even going to use our wide receivers and just keep throwing it to Chuba the entire time, the entire game. I mean, what's even the point? What is even the point? We're not going to win on Sunday if we keep doing that. So, Ben, I implore you, please let PJ throw the ball. Please. For the love of God and everything green on this earth, please let this man throw the ball. Further than 5 yards. Or I'm going to lose my mind. And a lot of Panthers fans will lose their mind. You think the real question is what strategy is going on in the coach's head in order for him to get rid of all these players like he is? Well, there's 2 reasons for that. The first one is an absolute fire sale where you just get rid of everybody. And just start from the ground up. Complete rebuild. Which is what a lot of people think we're doing right now. But we're still keeping some of the key pieces and saying, oh, well, these guys are cornerstones, for the new team. And I'm going, what? Either it's a retooling or it's a rebuilding. Which one is it? And I'm still confused on which one it is. Because we're keeping our star wide receiver and our star linebacker and our star defensive end and saying, well, maybe we should just keep these guys and just retool with these guys. But no. We're going to trade Christian McCaffrey instead and then go, oh, well, it's a complete rebuild. Which one is it? I'm not even completely sure at this point. Yeah, you don't just trade your best player and say you're trying to win. Exactly, Vietnam. Thank you. That's my point. So which one is it? Are we retooling? Or are we tanking? Which one are we doing? I don't think they even know. And that's the problem. And the other reason to get rid of some of these big name players like that is to get cap space cleared up. Which is what I believe happened with CMC. I believe that was the main motive. Now, Robbie Anderson was another case. That was a totally different case altogether. Because this dude has been toxic since day one. Alright? We all know this. This is not new. I mean, that man got to strike 3 and he started yelling in the coach's faces, and you can't do that in public. So let's assume you're working in a restaurant, okay? You're since we're on the Robbie Anderson topic, let's assume we're working in a restaurant and you're an employee and you got your manager that's doing a terrible job. Yes, he was right to call him out on the coach's god awful game plan. I'll say that, because it was god awful. But you don't handle that in front of the TV cameras and everything else national public, and make everybody look bad. Same thing, if you're working in a restaurant, you don't make your manager look bad in front of the customers. Okay? That's just a huge no-no. It makes you look terrible as a person. It makes you look unwantable as an employee. And people would start going, what is going on? If you're a customer, you're going, what is this? Should we even eat here? You know what I mean? And that's what the Panthers fans are doing right now. They're saying, why should we buy tickets to watch this clown show? And frankly, I don't blame them. And as an employee, when you do this type of thing, you should expect to get written up or fired if you're at strike 3. That's just how that works. If you worked in fast food, you know this better than anybody. And I've worked in it for 2 years, so I know. Point blank. That's how business works. It's just that simple. Robbie Anderson has trashed the fans, which is the same thing as trashing the customers, if you're working in a restaurant. He has absolutely acted like a fool in front of everybody. And I mean, come on. And strike 3 is just him just hurting everybody altogether. It's a wasted money situation. It really is. So I'm glad. I'm glad of that trade. If the dude had not gotten into the faces of the coaches, man, that trade value would have still been at probably a 5th rounder. But because he made himself look like a clown, we got a 6th and a 7th for it. Because nobody, and I repeat, nobody wants to work with a toxic football player. Nobody. I mean, look at OBJ. I mean, really. Look at Terrell Owens. Really. Guys, come on. It's not rocket science. Arizona is desperate. Alright, so getting back to this second comment. I get that, but how's that going to help the team get these wins if they keep configuring things around? Wouldn't that be smart to do to keep these players that are taking it to the max and replace the ones that are slacking? Exactly. And that's what's called retooling. When you get rid of the ones that are not getting it done and keep the ones that are getting it done. That's called retooling. So we're in a process of 50-50 here. Are we retooling or are we rebuilding? And rebuilding means getting rid of everything top to bottom and rebuilding the whole doggone ship. From scratch. And I hate to say it, but I don't know which one we are right now. This management has no clue what they're doing right now, of which one it is. And trading Christian McCaffrey is sending the wrong message to everybody. I mean, it's sickening. I'm going to make a mockery out of all of you. This is the face of the franchise. This is the man that is selling all of our tickets that people come to see still. Well, frankly, they come to see the defense as well, but still. They come to see Christian McCaffrey. They're buying his jerseys. I mean, even with our terrible record right now and how bad we've been playing, people are still buying this man's jersey. It's not a question of why. It's a question of how. You know, how could you get rid of somebody like that and justify it? You can't. Yeah. So, I appreciate that, Jeremy. Thank you. Good comment and good questions. So, let's see. You want Shaq gone next. Okay, I'm not against it. We could probably get a 5th rounder for him. I would argue maybe a 4th. Because, I mean, Shaq has turned his biggest weakness into a strength right now, which was pass coverage. And I saw him get 2 pass deflections on last Sunday. So, I would elevate him to a 4th. Value-wise. Why waste my hard-earned money watching this trash clown show? Yes, sir. That's the magical question right there. That's the magical one. Because if you want people to show up on Sunday, they're not going to show up when you trade your best player away. I'm saying it. I'm saying it loud and clear. They're not going to come. That's going to be a sea of red, not a sea of blue. Vietnam says, I think that we were retooling on offense and defense, but we were rebuilding the front office. I mean, maybe, but we haven't seen any trades from the defensive side yet. We're getting close to that trade deadline. When was it? I think it was like 10th or 11th. Somebody tell me when that trade deadline is. Fire sale on tickets. Yep, Donna. Right. Jeremy asks, I wonder if it would help if they were able to adjust their playbook. Yes. Absolutely yes. How much of an impact it would make right now without Christian McCaffrey, though, that's the magical question. I think it would make a dent, but I don't think it would totally solve the problem. Because you just traded away 70% of your offense with this one trade here. So, frankly, if you don't overuse Christian McCaffrey, and it was a 60-30-30 split with the running backs on snap counts, with us throwing the ball, and letting PJ throw the ball, I think we may have something. I don't know if we can get touchdowns out of it. We can get field goals, but I don't know about touchdowns. Because that's a major question mark. With PJ overthrowing it to the moon. I think you'd see a lot of field goals on the board, like we did with Baker, but I don't know. And I think we got a better shot with Baker than we do with PJ if he can come back off his injury. But we got Sam Darnold coming back, so, I mean, it's going to be more of the same. Field goal, if we adjust to just throwing the ball. And the same old boring running game that we've been doing in bubble screens. So we got to get a little bit more out of this somehow. And like I said, this offensive coordinator is just not it. We got to have a better one. I nominate Sean Ryan. I've been nominating him for 2 weeks now. And I believe he's got the credentials to run this offense properly. At the end of the year, if I see Sean Ryan as offensive coordinator, I'll be satisfied with that. If we can find somebody better, go for it. I don't think Bellamy is going to want to go for offensive coordinator job again after just coming out of offensive coordinator job in KC. He's looking for a head coaching job, so he's not going to be the answer for the offensive coordinator job. So, like I said, I think the answer is within Sean Ryan. Because he's worked with Watson, he's worked with several of these guys. So, and get the most out of them. And I don't think we can lure Ken Dorsey back, who's the best choice, who's now an offense coordinator in Buffalo. Once he sees success up in Buffalo, that's pretty much it for him. I don't see him coming back. Not when he sees the absolute clown show that's going on in Carolina right now. So, yeah, it's scary right now. Well, if they traded a good portion of the offense, then they would have to adjust the playbook because it makes no sense to run the same plays with less offense. Otherwise, you're asking to get slaughtered on the field. Think of it as a sort of a battle strategy. Absolutely, man. But our offensive coordinator, Ben McAdoo, doesn't understand that. I mean, we're dealing with a man that says, essentially in a press conference, it's a good day if my key card works. This is what we're dealing with, folks. I'm just sitting here like, good God. Like, I would make a better offensive coordinator than Ben right now. Frankly, I've seen what the RPO system is supposed to be like. And it's working in Clemson. We may have a terrible quarterback right now that isn't getting it done. He's doing enough to get us wins in Clemson right now. But that system is not being run fully up to its full potential. And the bubble screens that we were running last Sunday were a part of the RPO. A small part of it. You have to have the proper players. You have to have the proper mindset and philosophy. And you have to know exactly what you're doing. And in Clemson's take on it, you have to have tempo. And we're the best at the tempo in college football. So if we can bring that to the NFL level, and not just do what we've been doing with the bubble screens last Sunday where we barely got a yard. It's 5 yards in a cloud of dust. You got to have proper linemen for that. I mean, I see what Ben was trying to do, but he was just inadequate at it. We have run blockers. We don't have pass blockers on the offensive line. That's number one. Number two, you need wide receivers that will get yards after the catch and actually, break tackles. I mean, DJ is probably one of them. Terrence Marshall Jr., I got questions about. Shi Smith, maybe. But I mean, we know for sure that Robbie wasn't one of them. So, I'm glad he's gone. So, it's got to be a 60-40 predominant pass blocking offensive line. Otherwise, you're not getting anywhere. You got to have a quarterback like probably Russell Wilson or Deshaun Watson, the rollout and then extend the play types. They can also run. to make it run properly. Then once you've got all those pieces in place and a decent tight end, so you can check it down easily, a big 280-pound gorilla out there that can block for you and gets you into the second level if you're a wide receiver on a screenplay. Add that to a few NFL plays, that are not screenplays and not RPO type plays, and you might have some success with the RPO in the NFL. It's got to be a hybrid RPO in the NFL level. That's the only way to make that happen. And all of those elements have to work in tandem. And then you can start seeing, okay, tempo. And then you can catch these defenses off guard. And once that gets going, it's hard to stop. So, I do understand this is what we're trying to do, but we're going about it the wrong way. Point blank. We just are. We don't have half of those people anymore. Christian McCaffrey would have been an excellent running back that would have helped us out in short yardage situations and gotten us, those first downs when we really needed situations like maybe a 2nd and 4 or a 3rd and 4, and bailed us out, when we can't pass the ball and everybody's in the box. He can get through that crowd in the box and actually get us 4 or 5 yards. I believe that. But the problem is we don't have him anymore. We're relying on an average running back, that gets us like 3 yards at best. 3.5 average. That's not going to cut it in an RPO offense. You got Foreman, who I would move to a fullback position and maybe get, this 3rd and 1 situations where you get the first downs. But, it's tricky, man. It's tricky. You got to have all those elements working together. Otherwise, the RPO is not going to work in the NFL. It's just not. Lamar Jackson would be another good one, another good example of how that could work in the NFL. But you have to have all of those elements, and we don't. So, Ben is failing miserably because he does not understand this. He doesn't understand that, first of all, we don't have those elements. 2, trading away Christian McCaffrey just royally screwed up what you're trying to do if you're trying to build an RPO offense in the NFL. It's just stupid. It's stupid. And he's part of that Matt Rule crew that needs to go. Then the coach is going in half-cocked with a moronic smile on his face. It's like, what are you thinking? Are you throwing games for more money, or is there a certain deal or contract that's been made behind closed doors? Seriously, what's going on with this, man? I hear you, man. That's what everybody's thinking, is maybe we're just tanking it, And, that's optimism right now. That's the optimistic way to look at it, is we're just tanking for that number 1 pick. And anyone that is getting upset about the fact that we're tanking for a number 1 spot, even though it's an NFL rule, you're not supposed to tank. You're not supposed to openly admit that you're tanking, which is a stupid NFL rule. It should not be in the rule book. I'm saying that openly and on camera right now. I have no problem saying that. I have the spine to say that to the NFL, because there's a lot of ways the NFL is screwing us over, and that's one of them. I won't even go into the helmet rule. I won't even go there. But us as Panther fans, we already know about this garbage, alright? Let's not even go there. Because that's a trigger point right there. That's a trigger point that could start a 30-minute discussion all by itself. So I'm not going to go there. This system is set up for a reason, to help the teams that are sitting at the bottom of the league, to rise back up. It's set up that way on purpose. And anyone that doesn't understand that is either blind or stupid to what we're doing in the NFL. I mean, you don't see that type of system anywhere else in any other sport, that where it actually helps out somebody. The NBA has the lottery and it doesn't work. I mean, come on. Some of these teams are still sitting at the bottom. And I mean, if your general manager picks dumb picks and doesn't fix your team, you deserve to sit at the bottom. Frankly. So, agreed. A lot of people are wondering, what's going on here. You and a lot of other people, man. I hate to admit, but I don't think. I mean, are these people lying through their teeth in press conferences, telling us, "Oh, well, we're not tanking. No, we're just playing terribly." And they just don't care. Realistically, what goes on? I mean, the man's an interim coach. He knows he's not going to get his name in the hat at the end of the road when we start looking for a head coach. So, I mean, there's that element in there. Unless he does something absolutely amazing, which he won't. So, trading CMC. Oh, that's absolutely amazing. Right. If anybody thinks that, they're dumber than Ben McAdoo is right now. Alright, so, frankly, which, I mean, if you think you can win without him right now, and that's 70% of our offense gone in one trade, you're delusional. I'm saying it. I'm straight up saying it. You're delusional. And honestly, I believe that Ben McAdoo really is delusional at this point. Man. Please let it be Ben McAdoo that started this whole thing, man. Because I want him fired so bad. I just want him gone. I'm starting to think the longer you keep these Matt Rule people in here, the more damage they can still do. I'm starting to actually believe that. And if Ben was the source of this trade idea, then yes, Ben needs to be the first to go. And I need him gone tomorrow. I don't need him gone at the end of the season. I need him gone tomorrow. If you want any hope of resurrecting this season, and we're at week 7 now, come on, man. We're the only team that has 5 losses, guys. Come on. We're the only one. Lordy. This is just sickening. And actually, Jeremy does bring up a good point here. I don't think he even realizes it, but this trade was made almost before midnight. Okay? Think about this, folks. We haven't even come close to the trade deadline yet that's coming this week. And CMC gets shipped out of here almost at midnight when nobody's awake. At like 10 o'clock at night, right? Everybody's gotten home. They've already done whatever they're going to do, and they're already asleep. All of a sudden, everybody's phone just starts blowing up with a CMC trade, and it's like, what? It's like, why are they doing this so late at night? This is ridiculous. Wouldn't you want to do this during the day when everybody's paying attention and everybody can actually do like live streams and do whatever they need to do, to react to this properly? No, you gotta... These guys are ensuring that nobody gets any sleep. That's essentially what this is. Oh my god. Like, I'm so disgusted. Honestly. And I'm starting to question, like, how much more are we willing to take as Panther fans? How much more, man? We have been backstabbed, stomped on, run over, killed about 1,000 times, and then we keep resurrecting, and we're still here. Why? These are the types of days where you just wonder why. But for some reason, we're all still here. And, I mean, I don't know if it's just blind loyalty or just lunacy at this point. But we're all still here. And it's this whole thing just sends the wrong message altogether. And Jeremy says it best. It looks like they don't give a crap about the fans. Let's face it. Without us, the fan base and the team, and for that matter, it isn't worth anything. Exactly. Exactly, man. Without us, they don't pay their salaries. And I'm straight up telling you. 3 or 4 weeks ago, while we were trying to get... and I suggested that we have people just not go to the games, not buy the merch, not buy the food, not buy the drinks, Don't pay the owner and make him see that he's made a mistake through his wallet. And eventually that did work. So we know where his soft spot is should we ever need to deal with this again. With the head coaching problem. The thing is repairing the damage. And it's going to take 3 years to fully repair the damage and get this team back right again. 2 years minimum to clean out the cobwebs. I don't like it. Nobody here likes it. But it's got to be done if you want to get this team back on the right track again. Sending CMC out of here says exactly that. They don't care. I mean, there's a certain point where, as fans, we should respond with the same. I'm starting to believe that, but at the same time, we can't do that because we've been such loyal fans for so many years and put so much heart and loyalty and trust only to be stomped on yet again and again and again and again and again. I mean, this is... I think one of these people put it best this week when I saw it in a comment. We're in a long-term toxic relationship. And that's exactly what it is. They nailed it right on the head. That's exactly what this is. And until we start breaking away from it, recognizing the toxics that were in it, we can't begin to heal. Until we get rid of the toxicness, man. There's just no way. And the problem with this is, every time we think we found the toxic source, the source of the toxicness, we just it keeps shifting to another source. I don't know. Jeremy says, I wonder what the NFL are thinking at this very moment about these moves this coach is doing. Alright. For those that don't know and are not aware, you've got two sections. You've got the media, and then you've got the rest of the NFL. Alright, so let's separate the two, reactions wise. Alright, I'm not even going to get into the media section. Don't even get me started on that. Because you don't want to hear my opinions on that right now. Because this will definitely not turn into a PG stream anymore if I get into that topic. I can guarantee you that. Now, the rest of the NFL is shocked. Okay, they're shocked. For the most part. Some people expected the fire sale, some did not. But with our fan base, it's split right down the middle. And the people that wanted CMC traded got their wish. They got their wish. They wanted people out of here because they think these players deserve better under a better organization. And to a certain point, I do agree. But moving these players is not the answer. You want to fix the coaching staff. You want to solve the source of the problem. And that's why I'm glad Matt Rule is gone. He was the source of the problem. Now, you want to keep the core foundation of what we had that is good about this team, and then start building on that. Retooling. Rebuilding is not the way to go. I'm sorry, it's just not. And unfortunately, we had to because of the cap. The cap money. We were so far in the red, it's not even funny. Because of our former GM that decided it was a great idea to extend everybody's contracts to the moon and back. This just shows you how badly a GM can screw up a franchise. For years. Years, guys. Yeah, it's not the players that are the problem. Don't fix what doesn't need fixing. Thank you. Thank you. Preach that to the people that don't want to listen to this. That are in our management right now. And to the half these fans that want to come up on here and be like, oh, well, if we just move these players, we'll start from ground zero. What's the point of starting from ground zero? We don't need to. Oh my God, man. This is just a circus, man. The circus of values. You know? If you guys have ever played BioShock, there you go. That's a game reference for you. For all the gamers out there. But that's exactly what this has become. The circus of values on the trading market. Right before the trade deadline. And it's it's disgusting to watch this. As a fan, I've been here since 03, 04. And to watch this, it just breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. So, to put it in a broader perspective, Marty was the one that really screwed us up to begin with. Because of the lengthy contracts and the big numbers. So, that's why we ended up in the red. As far as we did. And I applaud him for the players that we got, but not for the contracts. Alright, so that led to our head coaching staff of Matt Rule. And Matt Rule and his group of clowns that we basically are still trying to clean out now. Misusing our players. You know, not caring about what we do. Just screwing up our roster. The depth chart's a mess. I mean, it was a mess, really. Steve Wilkes had to clean it up. And he was a part of that championship crew, so here we are. You know? And we think that trading CMC is the answer? No, folks. No. No. How are you going to beat the Bucks on Sunday? I would love to see you win without CMC. Prove me wrong. No, I'm serious. David Tepper and Steve Wilkes, please prove me wrong. Please do. I would love to see it. Because the Bucks are going to make us look like absolute fools, which we already are. Good God. Y'all are so lucky to have Scott Fitterer still here. Y'all are so lucky. I'm surprised he hasn't left by now and pursued another team, you know, to be GM of, other than this trash. I'm highly surprised he hasn't. And I'm not trying to give you ideas, Scott. Stick around, please. Please stick around. You're the only reason that this franchise might actually turn back around. God, man. This just sucks. I'm trying to find something positive right now. We may be able to get something out of these picks, you know, with Scott, but it won't matter if we get the wrong coaching staff again. And, I mean, this owner, Mr. Tepper, has to figure out that you cannot put a coach on a 10-year contract or a 7-year contract or anything that lengthy. I haven't even watched Bill Belichick, who's won 5 trophies in the last decade, get a 10-year contract or a 7-year contract. I've never even seen him get anywhere close to that. Maybe 3 to 4 years. Max. And that's the most winningest coach in the freaking NFL. He didn't even get close to a 7-year contract. What makes you think a guy from two college teams that don't even make bowl games is going to make a difference in the NFL? What? Please do not make that mistake again. I have forgiven you as a Panthers fan. Well, I hope. But as a new owner, I am willing to give you a second chance. You know, New owners make mistakes. Please do not make that mistake again. Oh, man. Please don't. I'm wondering if it's even worth it to make grades on that Tampa game anymore. You know, with no offense, maybe I'll just make notes on the defense. Maybe that's the way to go. Because I know this offense is going to be absolute dog trash. So, there's no point in even grading them. Unless Ben McAdoo somehow finds a brain in this next week and becomes the Scarecrow from Wizard of Oz. Which I don't see that coming. I don't see that happening. So, here we go. We have two options. We can tank. We can get that number one. We can get CJ Stroud from Ohio State. We can get a few other players. I'm not opposed to moving Shaq or Brian Burns at this point before the trade deadline, because we could replace either one of them. The problem is you can't replace CMC. I'll say it 100 times. You cannot replace Christian McCaffrey. That is a once in 100 generation player in these decades. Once in a decade player. You can't replace the leadership. You can't replace everything that he is. And I mean, to a certain extent, I agree with the people that are saying, "Oh well, maybe he won't be misused in another place. Maybe he won't. Maybe he'll find his success and earn a ring." I mean, it's a sad thought. It's a sad, sobering thought, but it's true. And I literally told David this week, I said, watch him actually play 75% of the year and actually outgain both the last 2 years at +1 probably. And actually get San Francisco to the playoffs. It's a sobering thought, man. It really is. But it's interesting here. We're still eating a lot of money on dead cap money with this move. I don't like it. It hurts the cap for the next 2 years. The Robbie Anderson one is worth it. I have zero problem with us eating the dead cap money from that one. I was hoping that the Cardinals would take some of that salary on, but no. Even with all of both of these moves, we are literally sitting here with $1 million under the cap next year in the black. Just $1 million. So if I'm the owner, I'm going, okay, you got to sell him on the cap money. That was the argument that eventually won over Scott Fitterer. His hands were tied. He didn't want to do this. He couldn't get a first round for him? Okay. Let's see what the value is of a first round in picks. So again, I let Scott Fitterer off the hook here. It's not his fault. Um, and I mean, I think with the roster that we currently have, there are opportunities to build, but it's going to take 3 full years to get us back into a position where we can really compete with the rest of the league. So I'm looking at I'm gonna go ahead and look at this Tampa Bay depth chart. Let's see what we're dealing with. I know a lot of people have reacted on social media to this, and I'm not gonna go through all that. You know, it's just no. There ain't no point. So let's see what we got. Tampa Bay depth chart. Let's see what we're dealing with. Alright, so you got Mike Evans. You got Tom Brady, who's struggling this year. And I kind of wanted to get into that a little bit. Fournette. What is Fournette doing right now? What's his numbers look like? 95 carries, 343, 3.61, 1 touchdown. Slow year for him. And I think it's that offensive line. I've been saying it all week. I think it's that offensive line. And he's run through about 3 different centers on that offensive line. And could not communicate with any of them to get the job done. Oh wait, was that him or was that No, that was the guy from last week. That's who it was. Okay. So Tom's offensive line is dealing with injuries. So it's a slow year when you do it with Leonard Fournette. That's not normally his numbers. You're looking at 4 or above for Leonard Fournette. Probably over 450 yards. You know, over 100 carries, typically for Leonard Fournette. So, I mean, it's a slow year because of the injuries on the offensive line for the Tampa Bay Bucks. And as a result, you know, you're looking at a 3-3 record for the Buccaneers. Normally, they would be 6-0 right now. Without a doubt, controlling the entire division with an iron fist. Because it's Tom Brady. Come on, let's be real, folks. It's Tom Brady. Dude's a beast. Okay? So, with only 121 points for, it begs the question, what's going on with him in that line? You know, even with those problems, we're still screwed. Because we can't put points up on the board ourselves. And if you can't score, you can't win. Point blank. And I know I'm starting to quote a certain coach that we just fired, but it's true. If you can't score, you can't win. Period. But I mean, everybody knows this. It's not rocket science. Everybody's figured this out. So, while it is a strange year, and I've actually seen the Saints blank the Buccaneers and Tom Brady blanking the Tampa Bay Bucks. I mean, let's be real. You look at Tom Brady's history against us. How many times has this man shredded us in the past? He may not be at his best, but he still shredded us, dude. It's not even close. Alright, so the plan of attack for me, the way I see it, is because he can't get the ball downfield. If you put J.C. Horn out there and you put Dante Jackson out there, that takes away a good chunk of Tom's long ball ability. So he's not going to be throwing deep passes as often. This is a good thing because it forces him to complete these short and medium passes. Now what you do is, if they start running all these bubble screens like we were running last week, you want to have people out there, primarily Frankie Louvu, to shut down these screens. This is where Frankie Louvu comes in. We've got to have him healthy and on the field to shut this stuff down. Because none of the rest of these guys have been able to do it. Because frankly, the Rams ran circles around us with the screenplays last week. I hate to say that, but the first down markers, boom, first down, boom, first down, boom, first down on screenplays. And I'm just going, gee, I wonder what's working for them and what's not working for us. Oh my God, man. But let's not even go there. Let's just focus on the Buccaneers offense, okay? So, it has been proven that when you start taking away Tom Brady's targets, it takes him longer to throw that ball, which gives our pass rushers more time to get to him. If we could flush him out of that pocket and make him run around and extend that play, we got a shot. You know, because he has to check it down. He has to get a little short dinky pass, you know, instead of that deep ball. So there's a possibility that we could limit Tom to about 17 points. There's a possibility. Leonard Fournette's still going to run circles around us. That's going to be a thing. He's going to have more yards than he usually does. Because our run defense is still struggling. Unless we put everybody in the box, you know, and start focusing on stopping Fournette and stopping these little short passes, then what you'll see is a repeat of the Rams game. Now, if we spread everybody out, we're going to have a lot more trouble. Alright, so I would not suggest these cover twos. I would not suggest these these deep cover threes and stuff like that. You know, zone defense. I would focus more on putting people in the box. And the reason being is you can start to shut down Tom's targets. It's simple. Burns can get there. I don't know about his counterpart on the other side. So, but I know Burns can flush him out. If you keep Burns here and don't trade him, he can flush Tom out. We can get one win against the Bucs, maybe. We got a slight chance. And our record with 17 or more points is not good when we've given up 17 or more. It's horrendous under the former coach Matt Rule that we just fired. Without that offense, we're sunk. You know, and It's like ships in the Caribbean, you know, back in the day with the pirates, man. You know, if you don't do enough firing your cannons back, you're gonna be sunk like a pirate ship. And I mean, if we are actually trying to tank, you know, this is not a bad thing. But I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to say this flatly as I can. I cannot stand Tom Brady. This man has chosen football over his wife. Okay? He's acting like a complete clown on social media. Acting like, oh, well, this and this and that, you know. And I'm the best, I'm the better, I'm the best quarterback out there. Da, 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 da. Even though he appears humble, don't buy it, folks. Don't buy it. We all know this dude is arrogant, cheats, and wants more rings that he should not need. He has nothing more to prove to the game of football. And yet this man is our role model for the NFL year after year after year. It makes me sick to my stomach. It makes me want to actually punch a hole through my laptop every year that this man becomes a Super Bowl champion. Mostly due to cheating. And I'm sick and freaking tired of it. We need better role models in this league. Thank God Rob Gronkowski's gone too. And then I hear this week, the great Tom Brady is not even thinking about retiring. How old is this clown now? God, this week just makes me sick to my stomach from top to bottom. Just every piece of news that I hear this week just grinds my freaking gears. I haven't even had time to react to that yet. Because I'm still trying to stomach the idiotic decision to trade CMC. I haven't even had time to process that one. Don't even get me started on Tom. Don't even. No. Everybody here on this channel knows exactly how I feel about Tom. This is going to be one of those games where I actually don't care if we win a meaningless game, because I have that much absolute hatred towards Tom Brady that I hope we actually knock him off his high horse and make him eat dirt several times during this game on Sunday. Maybe breaking his legs is the answer. And I hate talking about injuring other players. You know what I'm saying? Like this, I will make an exception for Tom Brady. That's the one player I will make an exception on. Because I can't stand his arrogant butt. You know, Big Cat talks about all these people that he hates. You know, he hates the Falcons. Oh, I hate Tom way more than he hates the Falcons. Trust me. This stems way back to 2005. This stems way back, man. I can't stand this man. He's just as arrogant back then as he is now. If not more arrogant. Mm. Too bad he's not like Tony Romo injuring himself all the time. Facts. Oh my god, facts. Oh, that just made my day. Thank you, Jeremy, for that one. That was beautiful. Oh, I love that comment. That's beautiful. Matter of fact, I'm hearting that one right there. Oh, oh, that was beautiful. Yes. Thank you for that one. That was truly magical. All right. Uh but yeah, everybody here knows I have no love for this man whatsoever. So, the fact that he is struggling, I have zero pity for him. Zero. In fact, I'm laughing at it. Now, my question is, how many points can we limit Tom Brady to? It's not a question of can we win this game against Tampa, because we can't. It's how many points can we limit Tom Brady to? And as far as I'm concerned, looking at their record so far and who they've actually played. Let me look at it real quick. This is gonna get real interesting because if we actually know what we're doing, we could limit this dude to 17 points. And we actually execute well on defense, which we have been. Now, the question beyond that, oh my god, ESPN has us at 88% chance of losing that game. Good God. There ain't no way. Good God. 88% chance of us losing that game. By ESPN standards. And that's bad. Don't even get me started on the media this year, because I've had an absolute fit in war with the media this year. And ESPN included. ESPN has never respected us. They just never have. And it's the whole thing of when you poke the bear, you know, and the bear is the rich, rich teams out there that have done really well and successfully year after year after year. They don't like that too much. When a team like Carolina comes up in 14 and 15 and almost goes undefeated, they don't like that much. So we only missed it by one game, but still, they hated it. They absolutely hated it. So why should we expect any less of ESPN hating our guts still, even when we have one win? I mean, honestly, that's not new. So here's the interesting part. When you look at the running backs, we got Chuba Hubbard and Foreman battling it out for number one spot. And it's been a growing trend around the league where it's just been a battle between the second string running backs, and I don't understand why this is a trend this year, and it just started this year for some reason.
When it comes to doing, getting what you need starts with our app. Need it today?
Stop stupid ads. This is why I hate ESPN. Okay,
However you get it, we've got you. It's made
that's
for
why I don't like their website. I'm letting this ad play out. Thank you. There. Stupid videos. Anyway, so now we got that battle going on for first string running back. Why is Foreman even in this race? I've had that question since the beginning. Ever since we created this depth chart. Why? It's ridiculous. I mean, I know I'm circling back on topics, but this is, again. Alright, so the 3 key pieces we need back in order to win this game against Tampa with a offensive game plan that actually lets these quarterbacks throw the ball is Dante Jackson, J.C. Horn, both the corners, the starting corners, and Frankie Luvu. We've got to have all 3 of those pieces. Otherwise, this defense is going to have a long, long day against Tom Brady. It's going to be bad. So, I'm going to go over the full injury report here because this is big. Holy cow. I'm not even looking at Arizona, and Arizona has like a ton of people hurt and out. Wow. Anyway, let's focus on ours. If you're on YouTube, the yellow means questionable or doubtful. The red means IR, injury reserve. If you're on Facebook, I'll just read them out to you. Pat Eflin just went on injury reserve. He is our starting center. That's bad. That's real bad. But we have Bozeman, who is a former Super Bowl player, sitting on our bench the entire year. So now we're going to finally find out if this dude is truly better than Pat. Which I've been calling for it all year long. And this coaching staff just does not care. So, now they have no choice. We're going to find out how good he really is. Alright. CJ Henderson, the third string corner. Questionable. Concussion. I didn't even realize he had a concussion. Jesus, that's way worse than I thought. Wow. I knew about J.C. Horn's rib injury. I knew about Dante Jackson's ankle injury. But the concussion from Henderson is new. That's bad. That's real bad. Alright, LaVisca with a hamstring injury. Questionable. He's realistically the only wide receiver that's really stood out and got a touchdown for us this year. Matt Ioannidis, the defensive tackle, has a concussion? What? He's doubtful with a concussion. Oh my God. Please tell me this ESPN injury report is not real. Please tell me y'all are blowing this out of proportion because I'm about to lose my mind. That's 2 people that have a concussion. And both of y'all got these concussions during practices. Practices! Not even during games. Practices. Oh my god. It just keeps getting worse. How much more can we take, Panthers fans? How much more can we take? Both of those are new. I didn't know about them up until this point. Frankie Luvu, shoulder injury, questionable. Okay, questionable is a good sign. Limited participant. Okay, so we're going to check the main website. Let's see. I want to see which one of those days he was actually a limited participant in. Because that's going to matter. Injury report. That's what we want. Okay, yeah. Concussion protocol. Did not practice on Wednesday. That's CJ. Limited practice on Thursday. Full practice on Friday. Okay. So CJ is okay. Alright, we're going by the official Panthers page now. So CJ is okay. He apparently cleared protocol, so interesting how he cleared it in a week. But okay. Yeah. Matt Iniditis, limited practice on Wednesday. Alright, so this apparently happened on Wednesday. Did not practice on Thursday and Friday. Listed as doubtful. Yikes. Now I want you to notice something. All of these injuries are below the hips that are new on this list. That just happened this week. This is the same pattern I've been telling you guys about 2 weeks ago, right? Same pattern. What drills are we doing during practices that are getting our players injured? Half the problem is the turf. I can tell you that right now. The other half is just us doing stupid drills that get these players hurt. And, okay, I'll admit part of it is just freak, as Jonathan Stewart calls it. Which I just call them football-related injuries. I mean, same thing, really. Now, how many of these injuries can we actually prevent in the future? That's what I've been trying to tell people. We got to prevent the preventable injuries. Otherwise, we're going to see all of these guys on the list next week. And in the following week, it's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger because we keep misusing these guys. Alright, for example, Jeremy Chin is on our injury reserve list because our former defensive coordinator that got fired along with the head coach decided, oh, we're going to use him in run situations. Way too much and got him hurt. He's not Superman out there. Come on. It was inevitable Frankie Luvu was next. And J.C. Horn already has an injury history. Come on. And this is during practice. God, what a disaster. Taylor Moton now has a knee injury too. Limited practice on Thursday and did not practice on Friday. Questionable. Blackshear with a knee injury, full practice on Friday. Okay, so we don't need to panic there. Derek Brown, personal reasons. Okay, we're going to ignore those two. Now, What's encouraging is Laviska hamstring injury, limited practice on Wednesday and Thursday, full practice on Friday. So he's questionable, so we may see him. Frankie Louvu, same thing, full practice on Friday. So I'm looking forward to seeing him back on the field. JC Horn, full practice on Friday. Good. That leaves Dante Jackson. Full practice on Friday. Questionable. Excellent. We may see all three. Okay. That makes me feel better about our chances on defense there. Alright. Littleton. Limited practice Wednesday, Thursday. Full practice on Friday. Cool. We need him back too. Baker is still on limited practice. Sean Chandler, who I absolutely have been throwing under the bus left and right, has a hamstring injury, left limited practice all week, questionable. We'll probably see him. As much as I don't want to see him in certain packages, we'll probably see him. So, a lot of wild craziness going on this injury list right here, man. And I'm going to go to the comment section here. If you take away the turf, which the cleats will get stuck into easily, and put actual sod, aka real grass, that takes away half that problem. Yes. Thank you, sir. It is scientifically proven. And I do not understand why our owner, David Tepper, has not figured this out yet. I don't know who's been whispering in his ear that, oh, you could save money if you just use turf. You can save money. You can save money here. You can save money. It's like, God, it's like a car insurance ad. Whoever's been talking to this man clearly has not figured out that this is a bad idea. Oh, man. It's every week with this garbage, man. Literally, you could triple... Okay, listen, man. If we're doing this again... If we're doing this again, guys, let's go through this explanation again, because Mr. Tepper still isn't getting it. So we're going to try it again, folks. For the deaf and hard of hearing, Mr. Tepper, we're going to try it again. Alright, if you consider how much money he actually saved versus how much money you actually put into the grass, maintaining the grass, and seeing less of your star players hurt, and on the field, and actually able to win game money back in your pocket, Mr. Tepper. Triple the rate that you spent on the grass. It's basic economics, sir. It's basic economics. And coming from somebody that understands stocks and trading and stuff like that, this should make sense to you. This should resonate with you. I don't understand how it doesn't. I'm a businessman myself. If I can figure this out, I don't understand why you can't. You don't even need a business degree to figure this one out. Come on, folks. Just go look up the scientific studies on it. Go look up how many players have been injured and where their injuries occur. Come on. Really? We're really doing this? The soccer players, which you installed a soccer team in that same stadium, hate the turf too. For, I don't know, the same reason. It's so stupid. All right, so I'm gonna shout out to Andy. How you doing, man? If they're worried about the field being pretty, try forming a team that actually wins and look gorgeous just the same. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Alright, so looking at the chat over here, Vietnam, a blind person can see that we have no chance of winning any more games. No quarterback and no defensive equals number one pick. So it's not ESPN hating us, it's just sucking and not tanking enough for top picks when we had the chance. True. We've made that mistake before too. You know, we won games that we're not supposed to win, you know, and we lose games that we're supposed to win. It's a horrendous pattern. The tank is real, bro. They're holding out all of the better players with no intention of playing our best players. Yep, true. Let's go to Andy Bailey, who is on our Facebook stream right now. How you doing? If you feel like talking.
Hey.
What's good, man?
I'm good. You hear me?
Yeah. Stream hears you just fine, man.
Bank of America Stadium is a good and nice stadium. I don't believe in tanking either.
I mean, normally I would not believe in tanking if I didn't see the 3-year plan of the future that we could have if we do tank, you know, and we build the team correctly. And I mean, granted, tanking doesn't necessarily have to be losing out all our games. You know, we can still sit in the top 5 and get really good picks for Scott Fitterer to get. You know, so with Scott Fitterer in full control and the dog off the leash, you know, there's no problem with getting a top 5 pick and still getting really good players. But if you're going for a quarterback, it has to be a top 3. Because I don't believe in Bryce right now with that shoulder injury. I don't trust it.
I don't get too crazy over the Alabama players anyway. Some of them get publicity just because they play for Alabama. I mean,
that could be true too.
You could take somebody out of middle of nowhere and put an Alabama uniform on. Everybody's going to talk about how good they are just because it's Alabama.
That's a good point, actually. I've seen players from all kinds of colleges, you know, do well from, you know, it could be like Western Carolina or somebody like that that's never really done much, you know, but all of a sudden they get one really good player up in the draft somewhere, you know, out in round 3 or 4, and it's a gold mine steal. So you just never know. And they don't get publicity because they're not Bama. They're not.
Never worried me.
Yeah, they're not Bama. They're not LSU.
Right.
They're not any of these SEC teams. So, good point.
Yeah, and that position never really bothered me because Ryan Leaf was number 2 overall pick behind Peyton Manning. I mean, look what happened to him. I mean, I've seen players draft high and they're a bust, but then you can get somebody at number 25. Aaron Rodgers was number 24 in the first round.
That's a good point, too.
There he is.
Look how late Tom Brady was drafted.
You just pick when it's your turn? Yeah.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins, 5th round. You
Yeah.
just pick when it's your turn and get the best. You just pick when it's your turn and get the best you can and hope it turns out.
That's right. So we don't necessarily have to draft that high to get, the best quarterback out there. But if you want somebody that is going to turn into like the next Russell Wilson or Kyler Murray, you know, be smart. Use your scouting system, you know, um, to its fullest advantage. And frankly, we need a left guard more than we need anything else.
One quarterback to keep your eye on, that Tanner Morgan from Minnesota. I've seen him play a number of times. He's pretty good. He ain't getting the publicity Bryce Young is, but he's pretty good. I've seen him play and everything.
All right, I'll take a look at him. Right now we're kind of in scouting mode to see what's out there on Saturdays. So I'll add his name to the list and we'll take a look at him. Thank you for the suggestion.
Yeah, and that dude from Wake Forest, I forget his name, but
yep,
he's only a junior. I saw. I was like, wow, I thought he was a senior last year, but he's only a junior this year.
All right, we'll take a look at him too. And being that he's from the ACC, I'm familiar with ACC quarterbacks and stuff like that, so I do keep track of that.
What's that dude's name?
I don't remember offhand, but I will certainly look it up for you. Wake Forest. QB depth chart. ESPN, let's go. ESPN. They're usually pretty accurate. Holy cow, they got a lot of quarterbacks on their roster. So we're looking for the junior, right? Sam Hartman.
Yeah, that's him, Sam
Hartman.
He's pretty good. He was pretty popular last year, too.
Yeah, let's. I'm curious about his numbers. Let's see. You're looking at a 6'1", 210 guy. I mean, for all the people that are concerned about him seeing over the offensive line, there you go. God, there's been so much talk about that this year, and it's just a bunch of hogwash. It really is.
Hogwash, yeah. I don't care if you're 4'5", but if you can play, you can play.
Exactly.
I'll give you a chance if it was up to me.
Yeah, I'm not buying it because look at Russell Wilson. Look at his career. He's always been short, but he's still been able to do what he's been doing. So, you're looking at 1,442 yards, 16 touchdowns, 2 picks, quarterback rating of 77.4. That's just this year. I mean, that's pretty good numbers.
I'm sure Doug Flutie would love to be playing today, because in his time he was told he was too short and he's 5'9". All these short quarterbacks now. I can imagine how he would do today.
That'd be interesting. You got a completion percentage of 64.7 this year so far. Last year it was 58.9, 58.2 the year before, 56.7 2019, and 55.3 in 18 as a freshman. He racked up over 4,000 yards last year. 4,000 yards. Man.
Wake Forest had a pretty good season last year, huh?
Yes, they did. They are currently 6-1. How they're not ranked, I don't know. That's a mystery. I mean, there must be a lot of good ranked teams out there right now. But, okay. They are ranked. They're 13th. Okay, cool. I was just making sure. And they just beat Boston College 43-15 today. That's interesting that we see Tulane ranked, because that's a new one. I haven't seen them ranked in a long time. And Tennessee is in the top 3. They just beat Bama. They're for real. They just racked up 65 points.
We'll see how Tennessee does against. See how Tennessee does against Georgia.
That's a good question. I think they might actually win. This will be the first year that Tennessee actually beats, 2 of the major titans of the SEC. So Tennessee players may be
Tennessee's one.
the ones to keep an eye on this year in the draft.
Yeah. To me, Tennessee's one of those teams that you get excited about them and everything. The next thing you know, they lay an egg and lose. I'll wait and see what happens, but I ain't gonna get too high on them.
That's true. Good point. They do have that history. The game I'm going to be keeping a very, very close eye on, and it's coming up November 12th, is Mississippi and Alabama. These two teams bring everything in the kitchen sink at each other. It is a field day for the NFL scouts. They love it because you're getting so much talent out of both of those teams, scouting reports wise, for Combine Day, and for the NFL Draft. So that's the one I'm going to be paying very, very close attention to.
I wouldn't get too sold on that game because I think it's going to be like 49-7 Alabama. I mean, I'm glad Mississippi doing good, but I mean they're doing good right now. But there's like that kid is thinking he's got the attitude, he's getting himself built up, and he's going to get that pretty girl for the prom, and then all of a sudden he gets his heart broke, and here comes Alabama to break their heart.
That's how this team feels sometimes, in a way. This Panthers team. Every year, starting out the season, we just go, oh, well, we've been courting this girl for the longest time, and then you ask her out to prom, and you go to prom, and she's a no-show. I mean, it's just, ugh. It's a broken heart year after year after year. And you can't just continue on with this and act like everything's alright. You gotta stop, buying into all the extra hype. Or fix the team. One of the two.
Mississippi doing good, but they're just, I don't think they're going to be able to keep up with Alabama. Hey, I'd like to see them beat Alabama. That'd be wonderful. But I don't know about
Tennessee
that.
actually did beat Alabama. Tennessee actually did beat Alabama last week, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, these guys are for real. That's why I'm starting to take these players seriously, dude.
But I'm talking Mississippi. Yeah, but Mississippi, though, Tennessee beating Alabama.
Yeah, LSU beat Mississippi, so
yeah.
It is something to keep an eye on.
Right.
Yeah, this is a real interesting year for the NFL as well. You're starting to see a lot of weird things happen here too. Who would have predicted the Jets would actually get 40 points on somebody? If anybody predicted that, you should be playing Vegas slots like every day this year. Honestly. Nobody saw that coming at all. And the Lions having the top scoring offense, even just 1 week in the NFL this year? Like, what is happening? We got Tom Brady going scoreless against the Saints.
Who crazy over the Lions?
I mean, we could kind of look at the Lions if you'd want to.
Yeah. Look at the scores of those Lions games. 48-45 against the Seahawks, 38-35 against the Eagles. Now, I know that those ain't the only two high-scoring games. But
yeah.
They may score 35, 40 points, but they give up 40 points.
Exactly.
Good offense, but bad defense.
Yeah, it's interesting the Cowboys have an 83% chance of winning according to ESPN. I mean, there you go. It's going to be another shootout. Cowboys offense has figured it out. Dak is back, you know. Lions are going to put up their points, but, I mean, it's going to be an absolute shootout of the Western at the pow, 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 you know, between these two. And Dallas is going to win.
I was never sold on Dak Prescott. If he played for, I don't know,
it's not necessarily Dak.
Carolina or Cleveland instead of Dallas, he wouldn't get half the publicity that he's getting if he didn't play for Dallas. If he played for somebody else.
I actually agree with that. You know, Dak is good though.
He wouldn't be making commercials.
He is actually good. You know, I never said great. I said good. You know, and you know, a lot of the Cowboys' success with Dak is his weaponry. It's his wide receivers. It's his tight end, his running backs. You know, and he has a lot of blocking wide receivers. He has a lot of blocking running backs, blocking tight ends. So these guys get to the next level. That's something we haven't been doing. You know, add that to the list of things that we haven't been doing. And it's bothersome. You're looking at a Lions team that's averaging 28 points per game. It's interesting. But the points allowed is 34 per game. Mm-hmm. That's why you're looking at a 1-4. Jeremy says, I thought it was the Cowgirls, not the Cowboys. He's not wrong, though. Hey, we don't have room to talk much trash, though. We honestly don't have that much room to talk trash because the Cowboys are 4-2 right now. They're actually winning. I'm so sick of these stupid ESPN ads. Alright, but anyway. Yeah, they're actually leading the division right now, so...
Yeah, think of something here. How about the two divisions, NFC East, which they joked and called the NFC lease, and 3 teams 4-2 or better, and then you're talking about the AFC West. Everybody thought it would be really good. Raiders, Chargers, and Chiefs. I mean, Chargers and Chiefs holding their own 4-2, but the Broncos, I mean, they both lived up to the opposite of what they being talked about before.
I can't actually buy into that because here's the thing. The Chiefs are still loaded as a team. They're absolutely loaded. You got the Chargers making a run at them, you know. But the Raiders are really struggling this year. And then you got the Broncos. So, I mean, you know, nobody's really paying attention to Denver. So, frankly, it's going to come down to Kansas City and the Chargers for the division this year. And, I mean, I just keep watching those two teams this year go head to head. And I'm like, okay, this is crunch time. Who's going to pull it off? Because that's been such a 50-50 split in that division. It's unreal, dude. Like, every year, you don't know who's winning that thing.
Yeah. Well, I always told people the reason they went to seven playoff teams for each conference, because in case it did happen, you could have 4 teams go 14-3 in the same division. If it worked out right, I doubt it's not working out right this year, but it's possible. You could have all 4 teams in the division go 14-3, and then if that would happen with only 6 playoff teams, then one of them would be out, and then they'd be hollering the stink and everything. If that would have
that probably won't happen because of how well balanced the league is. As far as division teams and stuff. But
they all could split with each other. Go 3-3 in the division, then they win all 11 games outside the division.
Okay, now that has a better possibility of happening. That was really close to happening a few times.
That's how I come up with the 14-3.
Yeah, okay. I see what you're talking about now. I could see that happening. It's a really weird situation where that could happen. As a matter of fact, I'm actually looking at the NFC West right now. 3-3, 3-3, 3-3, 3-4. So, if it stayed that way throughout the rest of the year, I see where you're going with this. And that would be a really weird situation.
But has any of those teams 3-3 lost a game outside of the division? If they have, then
Arizona.
It won't work out now.
Arizona.
Okay, they lost to New Orleans, what? Oh no, wait, they beat New Orleans. So.
Yep.
And they lost to Kansas City. That's right. So it upsets that one for that division. I'd have to look at all the other divisions and say.
Here's something interesting. The Raiders are actually 1-4. I hadn't even noticed their record up until just now. I was paying attention to them. They were dropping, but I didn't know that they were 1-4. Wow. If you're a Raiders fan right now, awkward. Wow. Because the Raiders were just like, oh, we got a decent team this year. We can compete with everybody. All of a sudden, 1-4. What? Nobody saw that coming. I mean, the Jets beat them. Who else beat these guys, man? That's wow. Let me look at this record real quick. Hold up. Okay, the Chargers beat them. Not a surprise. Cardinals beat them. Okay. Titans beat them. Not good. Chiefs beat them. Not a surprise. Okay, so that's
win the Super Bowl.
I mean, that's 2 or 3 teams that are really playoff contenders right now. That they took L's to, so I'm not surprised by that. So it might just be the tough part of their schedule right now. They might bounce back. Because they're putting up enough points on offense and average amount of points given up on defense. So they might bounce back. I'm giving them high odds to bounce back. Chiefs and Chargers are loaded. Broncos, they actually beat the Broncos. Broncos are pretty much the bottom dwellers of that division. Even with Russell Wilson now. But that Titans loss, that's the one that's grabbing my attention right now because they have no business losing that game if they want to bounce back.
So Chiefs lost to the Bills outside their division, so there goes the 14-3 possibility in that division. Both Wests are out in that for that.
Correct. It's pretty much looking like the Buffalo Bills and KC Chiefs for the AFC Championship this year. I wouldn't doubt it. Here's the interesting part, and I'm going to throw a wrench in everybody's machine here. When you look at the New York Jets, okay, this is what's going to throw everybody for a loop. Why are these guys 4-2 right now? 4-2 New York Jets.
Because they made the Jets, they made out like bandits in the draft. They had a killer draft last year. I mean, of course, they got Zach Wilson two years ago, but they got Garrett Wilson. They got Reese Hall. They made some. I don't forget who else they got, but they made. I remember the draft picks. They made out like bandits on that draft. They really did good.
Now, I want to point something out. What is the common thread between these last 2 years for the Jets? A good GM. They haven't had a good GM in decades. That's why they made out like bandits. Because nobody else needed these players. The good GM had a good scouting department. They knew what they wanted. They knew exactly how they wanted to build their team. They tore it down completely and rebuilt it from scratch. Now, I don't suggest that for us, but it worked for them because they've been in bottom dwellers for so many years. You know, that's the only thing they could do, you know, at that point, is go up. There's no other choice. You can't go any further down. So here's the interesting part. When you look at their schedule, you're looking at a loss to the Ravens, 24-9. You know, so first week we think it's the same old Jets team. And then they come in to Cleveland and beat the Browns 31-30. So then we're going, yeah, that's a fluke. Next week, they lose to the Bengals 27-12. So we're thinking, yep, same old Bengals. That second week was a fluke. All right, so here's where things start to get interesting. They go into Pittsburgh, who's been, you know, 50-50 flip-flop right now, and beat them 24-20. Because you don't know what Steelers team you're going to get this year. You know, so you see that as a possible win. And they did win. They go into the Dolphins game 40-17 over the Dolphins. 40 points over the Dolphins. And we're talking about a red-hot Dolphins team that started out the season like 3-0. 3 or 4-0. I mean, what the heck? And then, oh man, this is the one that brought all the Jets fans out of the closets. They actually beat the Packers in Lambeau, 27-10. I mean, can we get a moment for all the cheeseheads out there that had to suffer that embarrassing loss right there? Can we just get a moment? Good God. How do you go into the Lambeau Field with Aaron Rodgers in the whole 9 yards and still win? That's impressive. I don't know what they did in that game, but whatever it did, it worked. Alright, so I had to do a double take when I saw that score.
Sauce Gardner, that was another draft back too.
Man, I saw Sauce Gardner, man. I thought, maybe there's some better options on the board when he went off, but I was like, okay. Turns out he's one of their best players.
Yeah.
Who would have seen that coming?
On the same draft.
Him and who?
Gardner and Wilson in the same draft.
Oh, wow.
That's something.
Alright, so they've got the Broncos coming up. That should be a win. Looking at the rest of their schedule here, you got New England, who's still trying to figure it out. In New England, and I'm thinking that might be a win.
Don't sleep on Belichick.
Oh, I'm not sleeping on Belichick, but, that's going to be a 50-50 game. If Belichick figures it out, and those two go head-to-head, that could be a real interesting game. I'd keep an eye on that one, folks. I'd keep a close eye on that scoreboard. We're going to do some scoreboard watching for that one. So then you got the Bears. Easy win right there. Bears are trash. Let's be real. Vikings started out red hot. That's going to be a real interesting game. I'm going to do some scoreboard watching during that Vikings game. The Bills, now this is where they're going to run into trouble. Because they cannot battle a fully decked out Bills team for 4 whole quarters. They could battle for 3 whole quarters against Buffalo, playing as well as they are. But I don't know that they can go 4 whole. So I see a loss for the Jets there. They'll beat the Lions. They'll beat the Jaguars. They'll beat Seattle, in Seattle, by the way. And then they'll beat the Dolphins again. So, you're looking at 9 or 10 wins for the Jets this year. And that's something. If somebody would have told me that was going to happen, I would have told him go buy a Powerball ticket. Because there ain't no way. That is ridiculous. It just shows you how weird this year is. But, we're looking at a actually legit Jets team here. This is bizarre. I never thought I would see that in the next 20 years. But here they are. And I think second place in the division is very respectable for them, even with 10 wins. They'll make the playoffs for the first time since, 2017? Man. Huh. So getting back to our division, you got the Falcons scoring the most points in the entire division. That's a really interesting thing that's going on, too. Let me see.
It's too early for the Falcons.
Yeah, it's way too early for the Falcons. Y'all gotta calm down with all this rise up stuff. Y'all gotta calm down. It's too early, y'all.
I've seen the Falcons be 2-6, and they'll end up 8-9 or something. They'll get on the hot streak and everything again too little too late. And you're like, why didn't they play like that early in the season?
They just flop out, man. Man, I'm telling you, they don't have Matt Ryan anymore. What y'all gonna do now? I ain't buying into.
We got our Heisman winner, Mariota.
Yeah, I'm not fully buying into Mariota. No, Mariota doesn't scare me. Not with our defense. Because we can put a quarterback spy out there and shut him down, which would be Frankie Louvu. Now, here's the thing. We're playing Tampa Bay now. First goal is shut down Tom Brady's wide receivers. Give Brian Burns more time. If you give Brian Burns more time, he will get there. He will flush him out of the pocket. Tom hasn't been throwing long that often this year. So you got a shot.
I'm going to give you a pipe dream. I'm going to give you a pipe dream and maybe a false hope. Just think now.
All right.
If Tampa loses, if Carolina beats Tampa, Panthers are one game out of first place.
With no offense. If that should happen, I will actually laugh. I will actually laugh.
You get pumped
Seriously.
for your meeting with your go-to ragtag group of misfits somehow wins it all movie.
Remember, guys.
We're a bunch of misfits, I'll tell you that much. My lord. This team is a bunch of misfits. But if we somehow win it all against Tampa, I'm telling you, dude, I'm going to laugh. Because there's no reason why we should actually win this game. It defies all logic when it comes to football if we somehow win this thing. Now, I will say that the chances are increasing because we do have Dante Jackson back, we have J.C. Horn back, and we have Frankie Louvu back. They were all questionable on that injury report. Full practices on Friday. So, we need all three of those pieces to put pressure on Brady and put the heat on him. If we manage to do that, we may just be able to limit him to 17 points. We might be able to do it. Now, that's a big if. I don't like our chances on offense, though. Even with Sam Darnold back, I don't know. Because they didn't let PJ let it rip, behind center. So, why would they let Sam Darnold let it rip, Why would they let either one of them throw it if they're not going to let PJ throw it? Because we know PJ can actually hit those short and medium passes. We know that for a fact. This is before Matt Rule ever took over as a head coach. We knew he could do this. So it's clearly Ben McAdoo holding him back. Why? And Steve Wilkes. Why? Tanking has to be the reason. And these guys are going to sit there and lie to us like crazy, about that question. They have to. Otherwise, they'll get in hot water with the league. We just saw the Dolphins, Dan Snyder, get in trouble with the league over that. I mean, I don't... Why is that in the NFL roster rulebook, man? Why? It racks my brain, I'm telling you. You set up the NFL draft the way it's set up, and then you say, oh, well, you're not allowed to tank. It's like, what? What's the point of the draft then? What is even the point of the draft system that we haven't placed in. I don't get it. They've suspended somebody from the Dolphins and they fined them for that. Makes no sense. I don't know. Anyway, I want to actually get back to this Buccaneers depth chart because it's getting late here, and I want to get through this. You know, Chris Godwin, their wide receiver, hasn't really been getting that many catches. Mike Evans has been getting quite a few. But Julio Jones has not been getting any at all.
Julio Jones, I mean, the guy's been hurt too much. If he can get healthy, he would be really good. I mean, he's on a Hall of Fame pace, but he can't stay healthy the past couple of years. So, just get what you can get out of him, I guess.
4 catches for 76 yards. I mean, come on. You get what you can get out of him? And you only throw it to him 4 times in the entire season so far? I was hoping for more than that. I mean, this is Julio Jones we're talking about here. Come on, man. When that man's healthy, he's dangerous. We're talking about a man that got over 1,500 yards back in 14. When you look at the Atlanta Falcons in 2018 when they went to the Super Bowl, he got over 1,600 yards receiving. The man's scary, man. You keep him healthy, he is scary.
Oh yeah, but I compared Julio Jones' numbers to Hall of Fame Steve Largent's numbers.
Yeah.
And he's like 60 games less, and he's got around about the same career numbers as Largent does.
Yes, absolutely. Do not let Mike Evans be by himself. Just do not. No. That's a bad idea. If we can get J.C. Horn and Dante Jackson out there, they will shut down Mike Evans. Whichever one ends up on him will shut him down. 24 catches, 358 yards, 3 touchdowns. I see that happening. His biggest game was against the Chiefs. 8 catches for 103 yards. Good God. And 2 touchdowns. I mean, is that Chiefs secondary? They gave up that type of numbers to everybody? I mean, man. That is no joke, man. He got 81 on the Falcons, but I mean, it's the Falcons. Come on. He got 71 on the Cowboys defense. And a touchdown on the Cowboys. But I mean, you're looking at a man that's been consistently over 1,000 yards in every single year of his career. Yeah, Mike Evans is the real deal. We got to shut him down. Or we're going to have a lot of problems. It's going to be a long day for our secondary. Now, I have heard reports that Tom Brady is having trouble with his offensive line. He's had a lot of frustrations. He's been yelling at him. So how much of that do you think is realistic? And do you think they will fix that problem on Sunday? realistically, I don't
Hey,
know.
here's an idea. Maybe
Go ahead.
maybe one of the Panthers cheerleaders can smile and wink at Tom Brady and get him off his game. Since Gazelle's leaving him.
Good one. That's a good one. I mean, he seems to care about the game more than he does his wife, unfortunately. And I mean, that just shows you who he is. I've been saying that for years on end. I knew exactly who he was. When he first beat us in the Super Bowl, I knew it. So it follows suit. Anyway. Leonard Fournette. Now, here's the interesting thing. He only got 3 yards against the Chiefs. Rushing-wise. But receiving-wise, he was out there for a good 57 yards and a touchdown. So, running backs-wise, he's not as much of a threat as he is receiving. So that's what that tells me, looking at the numbers. But we do want to watch out for him on both accounts. Looking at his history, he does have a solid rushing average. But looking at career numbers, wide receiver wise versus running back wise, you know, when you put him out there at wide receiver, it's higher. It's like 900 yards higher. And more touchdowns. So I would watch out for him in the flat. And on the bubble screens. That's where I would watch out for him. Because they're going to use him a lot in that way. This is an LSU, man.
I just thought of an interesting idea.
Alright. What you got for us?
My idea is with McCaffrey gone and everything, Barkley's a free agent in the Giants after the season. What if they get Barkley about the same kind of player, as long as he stays healthy and he's having a good year this year?
Barkley's a free agent, you say? Man, if we can free up the money to get him, I'm down. I'd love to have Barkley. The problem is we don't have the money to pay him. We barely have any money as is. We're $1 million in the black coming up here. And you got to think we got to pay rookies. We got to pay people that we want to keep on the team right now on our current roster.
I mean, you won't be.
Then you can think about free agents.
You won't be paying McCaffrey all that money.
Yeah, then you can think about free agents after all of that. And the problem is, you're not going to have any money left. You've already spent it. Marty really screwed us, man. Money-wise. God.
Wouldn't you use the money you would have paid McCaffrey to pay for Barkley?
Nope, it's dead money. We don't get it. Neither do the Niners, but we don't get it either. It's dead. So, which basically, for people that don't understand that, it's basically, it goes back into the NFL system. We don't get that money. So we're also looking at Russell Gage. Russell Gage is a very dangerous wide receiver as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's awesome.
25 catches, 192 yards, and a touchdown so far. Quite a year so far. But if he gets going in a game, watch out. I mean, pretty much every game he's had at least one play where he's gone 14 yards or more on a long play. On his longest play. So you have to watch out and not let him out of the... You know, this is another one of those guys they're using in bubble screens. So if he gets proper blocking, he's going to get more than 5 yards and hurt you. He did have a fumble this year. Interesting.
Gage catches that ball. If he gets an open stream, he's gone.
Yeah, exactly. And he is one of those guys that will break tackles too. So that's my main concern. He doesn't have many touchdowns, but he will break out some big plays. And he'll be a game changer. Momentum changer, really. I should say. Not a game changer, but a momentum shifter. And there's a big difference between the two.
How fitting he came from the Falcons, Gage did. Not have very many touchdowns, just like Julio Jones. And have a lot of catches and yards, but not very many touchdowns.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, when you talk about the Falcons with Matt Ryan, before these guys ever left the Falcons, they had a terrible offensive line for years. The only year that they had a good offensive line was when they went to the Super Bowl. That one year. And you saw the results. They were racking up numbers like nuts. And I've been saying it for years. If you fix the line in Atlanta with Matt Ryan and these weapons, watch what happens. It's scary. It was terrifying, dude.
You look at the stats, I think one year Julio Jones had a big year, but he only had 3 touchdowns. But he had like 1,800 yards.
Oh, yeah.
And 100 some catches.
Oh, yeah. They were shredding some defenses, man. I'm telling you. You could not get to Matt Ryan because of that offensive line. And he gets that ball out of there so quickly, you can't even get to him anyway. So it wouldn't matter how much pressure you bring. And he's got the fastest release time out of any quarterbacks I've ever seen. Ever. It's what, like 2.5 seconds, and the average is like 2.8? You know, you look at guys like Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, it's like 3.2 or something like that. Which is not good. I'd say maybe 3.5. And if you're not getting that ball out of there quick enough, you're screwed. Point blank. And they take a lot of sacks. You've seen the sack numbers. They reflect that. So, with weapons like this guy right here, and a quick release time offense during that 1 year, I mean, it was disgusting numbers. I'm going to look them up right now, actually. Which year was it? Actually, he was the slot man during that time. Interesting. Yeah, that was his rookie year, 2018. He didn't start any games because they had, what's his name? Roddy White and the whole 9 yards out there. Those guys were absolute monsters. So it's not surprising he didn't get any time. But yeah, once he got his time And these guys started moving out of Atlanta because they weren't doing anything. There you go.
At home game against Atlanta, if it would be on a Thursday night, I wouldn't have picked that one to go.
If Tom Brady is having as much trouble with the offensive line as he claims he is, then we have an opportunity to take advantage of that with our pass rush. The problem is we don't have much of a pass rush. So we have to take what we can get. Jeremy says that made me think that maybe it's the lack of money of why we are trading in players because these other ones aren't asking for as much. That's true. That is true. It is the lack of money. And I think that's the argument that did eventually win Scott Fitterer over. As much as we all hate it, you know? And it's going to win over again when you look at Shaq and Brian Burns getting traded, possibly. And I hate to see that. What in the world? Am I seeing Kyle Rudolph as the third string tight end for the Buccaneers right now? What? Oh my God. That sickens me to my stomach right there. He was one of the top 5 tight ends in the last 5 years. And they're not even using him. Thank God they're not using him. Wow. He's third string right now. Behind Cade Otton, I've never even heard of him, and Cameron Brate. That's interesting. Okay. We will be seeing a little bit of Rashad Perryman, so that'll be happening. 6 catches, 89 yards, 1 touchdown so far. He wasn't used against the Falcons or the Chiefs, but or the Steelers, but I see that he could be used in certain packages. So we have to keep our eyes peeled if you're looking for him. But he did have 2 fumbles in the Packers game, so he's probably not going to get used as much. He lost one of them. But his breakout year was 2019 with 6 touchdowns. So, yeah, he can be dangerous, but we just need to watch out in short package situations because that's what they're going to use him for. I mean, all of this just points back to a possible RPO situation with Tom Brady, which he's not really an RPO quarterback, but if you let Tom off the leash and let him do what he's doing, you know, let him use his own playbook, he will shred some defenses. That makes me think maybe they're holding Tom Brady back. Maybe it might be the offensive coordinator for Tampa Bay right now. That really got me thinking about that. Let me look at some of these scores again. Alright, so 19 against the Cowboys, 20 against the Saints. He managed 14 against the Packers. And when they finally let Tom Brady off the leash against KC, he actually put up 31. Got 21 against the Falcons. And 18 against the Steelers. Okay, either he's having marital problems right now or they're holding him back. Something's going on here, man. I don't like it. And why do I just get that feeling he's just going to unleash on us? Why do I just get that feeling? I hope not. Alright, let's go back to that depth chart again.
I thought of something about that Buffalo to Kansas City game, Mike.
Alright, shoot.
When Mahomes was drafted, they drafted Mahomes with the number 10 pick after the Bills let him trade up with him. Just imagine now what the Bills are thinking. Hey, we let these guys trade picks with us from 27 to 10, and now we got to go against this guy every year.
Oh, man. Every team that did not pick up Patrick Mahomes is regretting it right now. Every team. Because this dude is a monster. I've never seen any quarterback that can go sideways with their throw and actually somehow complete it. Every single time. It's incredible. That is unreal.
I always say,
Not even Brady could do that.
Reed's a genius of a coach, just like Belichick.
Dude, not even Tom Brady could do that. And he's supposedly the best that we have in the league. And even he can't do that. So, I mean, where does that leave the rest of the quarterbacks? This dude's on another level. My goodness, man.
Mahomes hurt.
Oh, man. I'm not even going to go over the list of teams that passed up on him because I think we were one of them.
Bears drafted Mitch Trubisky at number 2. Same year.
Okay. That's it. I'm going through this list. I got to know which teams passed up on this dude. 2017 draft. Okay. All right, so oh my goodness. I'm looking at this list right now. You got, hold on. Let me get a cleaner list here. Here we go. You got the Cleveland Browns, the Chicago Bears, the 49ers, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Titans, the Jets, the Chargers. We picked up Christian McCaffrey in that draft. The Bengals, the Chiefs finally got him at pick 10. That's 9 teams that passed up on this dude. You know, I'm starting to now really, really regret not having us draft Patrick Mahomes. Aren't y'all starting to regret it now, folks? Oh my goodness. Even with the even with a bad offensive line, and we missed out on Patrick Mahomes. Ouch. In favor of CMC, who just got traded this week after 5 years. Y'all want to talk about adding insult to injury? I think I just did it. Yikes. And keep pounding. Alright, so I'm going to finish this up with this defense here with Tampa Bay. Watch out for Levante David. I've been watching this dude for a while now. 6'1", 233 pounds for Nebraska. 22 solo tackles and 1 sack this year. I mean, 2 pass deflections so far. He'll probably get one against us. But if you look at his overall numbers, you're looking at 791 solo tackles for his career out of 1,268. Man's a monster. He was known early on in his career for pass deflections. He had 10 in 2013. He had 13 in 2015. And since then, it's been slowing down a little bit. So, because they had him focus more on getting sacks and forced fumbles. He's had a consistent number of forced fumbles over his years. So we need to watch out for that. That's turnovers. We do not want that happening. And it's funny. I point out all these players every single pregame stream. And these are the same guys that somehow do exactly what I told them to watch out for. Every week. I mean, come on. If I can point these people out, why can't our team point these people out and figure it out? Yeah, Antoine Winfield Jr.'s safety. Watch out for him. It's the same ones, guys. 29 solo tackles, 3 sacks, 1 forced fumble, 1 interception. If you throw that ball anywhere near Winfield, he will catch it. And he will go the other way with it. It's a simple fact. We don't want to overthrow. Alright, so I'm really, really hoping Sam Darnold starts on Sunday. Otherwise, we're in trouble. Because PJ has that affinity to throw deep balls over wide receivers' heads. And it'll only be a matter of, is he in the right spot at the right time? He's already had 2 pass deflections so far. And 1 pick against the Cowboys. Do not take your eyes off Antoine Winfield. Alright. As you saw, Keanu O'Neal, he's the new safety that was picked up in the draft as of last year. Very dangerous guy there. I won't go over that because most people pretty much know who he is. If they were watching the draft streams. But, Keanu O'Neal, if I remember right, yep, Florida guy. Yep. He's already got 12 solo tackles. All right. Devin White. We're looking at a 6 foot even, 237-pound guy from LSU, 25 solo tackles, 3 sacks, 1 forced fumble. Watch out for him. He's got 4 pass deflections. And that forced fumble was against the Saints. Ruh-roh. So, this is a guy that we got to watch out for, man. And the sack numbers are starting to climb. With 3 already. So, he might get another one. And this guy's known for his sack numbers. And pass deflections. 5 forced fumbles so far. And he does need help with tackling. He has a bunch of assists. So, but it's run stopping though. Who else? Nobody I really want to pick on right now out of this defense, other than those guys. Those guys are enough, really, to deal with. I'm not as familiar with some of the rest of these guys' names on here, but the ones I picked out are the ones we really need to keep an eye on. Mike Evans, 17 solo tackles, 1 sack, 1 pick. And that one pass deflection against the Cowboys and Saints. Okay, so again, reason I'm pointing out these pass deflections is because we've had trouble with that. He has 6 total for his career. Interceptions. 16 pass deflections so far. This is a very, very dangerous defense. And if we're not careful, they will shred us. And I mean, that's without an offense. I just don't want our players to get hurt. That's my main goal at this point. Because I know we don't have much of an offense, so I just don't want our players to get hurt. There's a lot of dangerous guys that could get these guys hurt on that defense. By just running over our offensive line, or by all sorts of different ways. Freak football accidents. So, it's going to be bad. The best we can hope for is shutting down Tom Brady right now. And we know that our defense is playing well. So, let's see what we can do there. I'm a little skeptical that we can even do that at this point. But and focusing 70% of your effort on Leonard Fournette is not going to get the job done, because Tom Brady's just going to shred you. If you put everybody in the box, Tom Brady's just going to shred you over the top. If you focus on the wide receivers, Leonard Fournette gets about 4 yards a carry. So either way, it's double trouble, and we're pretty much screwed. You know, unless we take away the deep ball, which is the reason for Dante and Horn back there. We need them. if the man doesn't care for his wife, it just says how savage he is, and him with that mentality on the field isn't good for the Panthers. It's true. It ain't good for the whole league, man. It's who Tom Brady is. You know, and that's the beginning of why I can't stand that dude. You know, he's arrogant, and every time I see him on my TV screen, I just want to break my TV screen. Because just looking at his ugly freaking face. So, you know, this is the one time I give this team free reign to actually win a game that we're not supposed to win. I say go for it. Please bury this man into the dirt. Please do. I want him 6 feet under on Sunday because of all the sacks that we give him back there. From Brian Burns and our defensive ends. He's just compensating for something else with his ego. Man, if that ain't the truth. If that ain't the freaking truth, man. Oh my God, man. Don't even get me started. I could go another hour just talking about how cheap this dude is. And y'all want this guy as your role model for the entire NFL. Roger Goodell, think about this, please. Mr. Commissioner of the League, please think about this. You really want this man representing all the new kids that are coming into the league that are just learning about the game? No. Don't let that politeness fool you. I'm telling you, don't fall for it. It's a trap. Oh, man. It's such a huge trap. He'll sit out there and he'll say the most humble things, and he'll act like he's doing everything right. And then he goes home and he chooses football over his wife. He cheats to get Super Bowl rings. And then acts like, oh, well, I'm the best in the league. I just bought a new mansion out in Florida. And I did this and I did that. Man, screw this dude, man. God. Maybe he isn't making his wife happy and he's got to focus that disappointment on football. Maybe, man. Maybe. Oh, Lordy. This dude, man. I'm curious about something real quick. Coaches. Who is your offensive coordinator, Tampa? Byron Leftwich. Isn't that interesting? This just happens to be one of the names that was in the hat for head coach for us. Fascinating. This is a former Jaguars quarterback, by the way. Pro Bowler. I think 1 year Pro Bowler. But he had help from a quarterback coach to get that. Ooh, ouch. Maybe he should focus more on getting his wife jewelry rather than wearing it himself. Talking about Tom Brady. Boom! Oh my God, that's a left hook right there. Yes, sir. Great comment. Dang! Oh, I'm hearting that one. I love that comment right there. Oh, dang! Oh, that made me happy right there. Thank you. Thank you for that comment right there. That's a... Oof. Oof. I'll take those comments all day long up in this chat, man. That's beautiful. But isn't that interesting, though? Byron Leftwich. And these guys haven't scored more than 24 points this year. Yet y'all want an offensive-minded coach. And there are people that actually think Byron Leftwich should be our next head coach. Things that make you go, about this fan base. I'm just saying, guys. I'm just straight up saying. Byron Leftwich, not the guy. If this dude can't figure out how to score more than 20 points, 24 points with Tom Brady, what makes you think this is the right guy that we need as a head coach? Byron Leftwich, really? God, I'm telling you, half this fan base. Y'all drive me crazy. Okay. I'm not even gonna go there on that comment. Nope. I'm not reading that one. Y'all can read that if you want to. I'm not. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That's beautiful. Alright. Interesting. Larry Foote is your pass game coordinator. Huh. Larry Foote, as I remember, wasn't he a player? I think he was. Let me look him up. I seem to remember that name. Yeah, Larry Foote. He was a former linebacker. Yeah. Pittsburgh and Detroit. That's why I remember that name. Yep. That is exactly why I remember that name. And I remember him mostly for his time in the Steelers. Co-offensive coordinator. Well, that explains why we're struggling. If you want to get... Why? Why is a former linebacker a co-defensive coordinator? Okay. For the reasons of experience, probably, right? Alright, so... Ouch. But yeah, I'm not interested in Byron Leftwich. No. As soon as I saw what he's putting up on offense with Tom Brady, no. That's his fourth season with the dude. Okay. Okay. I stand corrected. Fourth season. I'm going to give him another chance. I want to know what this dude did without Tom Brady. That's what I want to know. Okay. Let's see. Because if you could prove that you did well without Brady. Five players. Okay. So he was there since the beginning of when Tom Brady got moved to Tampa Bay. Okay. Well, I need to see a record of success with Byron Leftwich without Tom Brady before I'll buy into Byron Leftwich. Because you got to prove to me you can make it with other quarterbacks. I mean, anybody can use Tom Brady and be successful with him. Anybody. Like, show me some of the worst offensive coordinators in the league, and Tom Brady will just rewrite the entire playbook and run the offense himself. So, I need to see Byron Leftwich without Tom Brady before I'll buy into him. I think that's fair, right? I think that's reasonable. For all the Byron Leftwich people out there. Bottom line, I don't think we're winning. I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to look over what games are coming up on Sunday. I'm going to predict them, and then we're going to get out of here. All right? Atlanta and Cincinnati. This is going to be an interesting one. Bit of a shootout. I want to see Cincinnati's history. We're going game by game here, and then we're going to finish up. ESPN has the Bengals winning. I could see that. But I need to see the Bengals history. Okay, so they lost to the Steelers. They lost to the Cowboys. They beat the Jets. They beat the Dolphins. They lost to the Ravens. And they beat the Saints. Okay, so these guys are legit right now. They're going on a bit of a winning streak. You know what? I'm going to pick the Bengals on this one. I'm going to pick the Bengals. And I mean, even when they had their winning streak, they were putting up 27 and 30 points. Okay, so that's more than the Falcons were putting up. So I got the Bengals. Yep. It's going to come in Dallas. I already covered that. Dallas is winning. Colts and Titans. Yeah, I would not put it past the Titans to get an upset here. I mean, not that the Colts aren't trying, but they lack some players. You know what I'm saying? Like, to make an actual run. So I got the Titans. Was a surprise upset. Green Bay and Washington. Green Bay, obviously. Washington's god-awful. I don't know how they have a 2-4 record. They should be worse than that. Giants 5-1 over Jacksonville. Yep. Giants win. No question. Baltimore's kind of been having an up and down year, but I think this will be the up game for them that they'll recover with. If they lose to the Houston Texans, then the Raiders are possibly the second worst team in the league. And the Houston Texans are third. I mean, that... If you're a Raiders fan and you see them lose to Houston, just give up and get that second pick. That's all I got to say. Because you're not competing this year. At this point, 1-4, if you lose to the Texans, just go for the number 2 pick. It's over for you. And I hate to say that, but it's true. Seattle and Chargers. I got the Chargers improving to 5-2. Seattle loses and goes down to 3-4. KC and San Francisco. I got KC winning again, 5-2 over San Francisco in a close game, but San Francisco doesn't have enough firepower. All right, Pittsburgh and Miami. I've got Miami winning that game over Pittsburgh. 4-3 is going to be Miami's record. This is the game they recover with, ladies and gentlemen. Although I would not put it past Pittsburgh to come back and surprise some people. But I doubt it. And as of Thursday's game, you got Arizona beating the Saints. I would have actually predicted that one, to be honest. Because Arizona is starting to find their offense. They're starting to find their fire right now. It's a good team. How long that fire lasts, I don't know for Arizona, but we'll see. But that's 42-34. Good for Arizona. They're starting to find what they're doing there. And I want to point out 0 catches and 0 touchdowns by Robbie Anderson in Arizona. Out of those 42 points, 0. All you Robbie Anderson people. Go look it up. I'll show it to you. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I piss off some Robbie Anderson people? 0 catches from your boy. Gee, I wonder why. Look, he doesn't even show up on this list. 0 catches and 1 target. And y'all wonder why we traded this man. I think that was the sound of a plane crashing. Exactly. All these people, all these fans' hopes and dreams on Robbie Anderson. Oh my God. That's a beautiful sound right there. I keep saying it and I'll say it again. You do not want to work with toxic players. You do not want that. I'll keep saying it till I'm blue in the face. He's no longer a Panther, so I'm not going to waste my time on this. By the way, the Cardinals also have Zach Ertz, one of the top 3 tight ends in the league. 2 catches, 21 yards out of 4 targets. So, interesting that there's at least 3 or 4 teams that have actually been able to shut him down this year. But DeAndre Hopkins is back. 10 catches, 103 yards. Nice. Love to see it. I love my boy D-Hop. Let's go. Clemson alumni right here. Yes, sir. Clemson dude right here. D-Hop. Go get it. Man. All right, then you got the Monday night game, Chicago and New England. Obviously, New England wins. Chicago's garbage. I mean, let's be real. Chicago is garbage. 2-4. Don't let that record fool you. They're way worse than 2-4. I don't even know how they won those 2 games, to be honest. Actually, who did they win against? I'm kind of curious. The 49ers and the Texans. And we just lost to the 49ers earlier this year, I believe. Didn't we? Let me double check. Yes, we did. We lost to the 49ers 37-15, and they didn't have Christian McCaffrey on that team either. So, if the Bears actually somehow beat San Francisco and we can't beat them, what does that make us? And the Bears are pretty much one of the jokes of the league right now. They haven't had a winning season in a long time. They even lost to the Commanders. Oh my God. Wow. I mean, I give them credit for... I give them credit for the 49ers win, but y'all got lucky. That was a 19-10 win. Whatever. Green Bay is going to recover against Washington, so yeah. I see that happening. Absolutely destroyed. Rodgers is going to be pissed. There's no way that man isn't pissed off after that loss last week. He's going to take it out on Washington. That's going to be ugly. I would not want to be that Washington defense this Sunday. That's a big yikes. Alright, so yeah. Jets are poised to win 10 games this year, possibly. Imagine that. Alright, so that is your predictions for this week. Let's see if I'm right. And if I am, it's going to spell a lot of craziness going on in the NFL continued for yet another week. So that is your stream. Vietnam, what's happening with you on Facebook? On YouTube, I mean. Shout out to y'all. Jeremy. I want to shout out. Who else? Tower Hills. Eventually, I'll get back to your stream and check that out as soon as, when you guys are streaming again. Monty, how you guys doing? Aren't you from that other podcast? I think you guys are. Sean Bradham, I've seen him in here a lot. And I especially want to thank anybody that's a new member or a new follower for the stream. New subscriber. If you haven't subbed yet and you haven't joined in, please do. And also, we've hit that big 500 mark, so we're on the road to 500 subs on YouTube. So let's see if we can get some of those subs, man. Share the stream, please, with anybody that's football related, that might like this. If they don't stick, they don't stick. Fine by me, but the ones that really do enjoy the content will stick around, and I appreciate every one of y'all, man. Because some of y'all been riding and dying since day one. And I appreciate y'all, man. Real talk. Much love. I mean, that's big right there. That's big. And that's big loyalty. And there are some days when we're not going to want to keep going as a Panthers franchise. We're fan base, you know. And there's some days where you just have to keep pounding through it, you know. And this is one of those weeks. And this is where we really, really use that mantra of keep pounding to the fullest extent. We got to keep pounding through these horrendous times of being a Panther fan and rise above it. We'll eventually see the sunshine on the other side one day, and this team will find its way back. But, you know, we got some work to do. And it starts this week. Alright, guys. I love y'all. Stay true to yourselves. Stay honest. Stay who you are. And stick around, man. Stick around for the ride. I promise it's going to be worth it at the end. Be brave. And of course, keep pounding. All right. We'll be doing the post-game stream tomorrow night. Stick around for the halftime show stream at about 3:30ish, whenever they do halftime, and we'll see you then. Keep pounding, guys.